Welcome back to the Birdhouse Dynasty Show, brought to you by Choice Sports Cards, your number one choice in buying and selling sports cards. Check out Kyle over there at Choice Sports Cards on Whatnot. Him and the boys do a great job over there. Well, tonight, welcome to the 2024 NFL Draft Preview and Show. We have a lot to talk about this evening. I don't even know where to begin, but why not right at the top with Caleb Williams? Eh, Sorry, I'm having a little technical difficulty. we, when discussing Caleb Williams, where do we begin? All right, I'm just gonna get rid of this. So Caleb Williams is the likely number one pick, and he's the big story, obviously. You know, he should be going to the Bears. The Bears have never had a quarterback as the face of their franchise, going back to the 80s and Jim McMahon, and there's what they had Doug Flutie, Jim Harbaugh, going through into the 2000s. They had, let's see, they tried Jay Cutler. Obviously, Rex Grossman wasn't the face of the franchise when they made it to their second Super Bowl. Um, when they were the Super Bowl shuffle, sure they had Jim McMahon, but the face of the franchise was Mike Ditka. But now they have the chance to draft a guy who could potentially be face of the franchise for the next 10 or more seasons. Now, when we're talking about Caleb Williams, he's a pretty polarizing character, we call him. Yes, he paints his nails, and yes, he's shown emotion. He's also been compared to Patrick Mahomes. So there's lots of thoughts when we're talking about Caleb. And in regards to fantasy and dynasty in particular, he definitely poses an imposing threat to the top quarterbacks in dynasty football. He's already projected in the top 10 of dynasty quarterbacks. And so it's hard to imagine where his ceiling could actually get to if you're drafting him at 101 in your upcoming dynasty drafts. Um, but the sky is the limit. And the Bears have done a good job so far of essentially surrounding him with talent. If he does go there, they already had DJ Moore. Then they went ahead and traded for Keenan Allen. And so he's got a couple of nice wide receiver weapons. He has Cole Kmet there at tight end. They just brought in DeAndre Swift at running back. So the Bears are loading up and making it a potentially very nice spot for Caleb Williams to perform at a high level. Now, the downsides. So the Bears, like I said, they have not had success at the quarterback position. Generally, when their offense is running well, it's been because of a good, solid running game and a good defense. So we'll see if the Bears can shift into a strong passing attack here with Caleb Williams. Now, he's definitely been scrutinized with the way he plays. His play style doesn't necessarily bode well for the traditional NFL game, at least. He likes to roll out of the pocket and create plays. Um, you know, kind of reminds me a little of Brett Favre, and it definitely does remind many, for good reason, of Patrick Mahomes. But even both of those have been able to be reined in by good coaching. Actually, both of those guys were coached by Andy Reid. Andy Reid's obviously the head coach in Kansas City, but he was a quarterbacks coach with Brett Favre under Mike Holmgren in Green Bay. And so the the talent is there for Caleb Williams. He won the Heisman 2 years ago. Last season, he didn't win the Heisman. Jaden Daniels won the Heisman for LSU, and Caleb had a little bit of a struggle. I watched him against Notre Dame last season. Didn't look great, I gotta be honest. Um, but when you look at the full body of work from Caleb Williams, he is the most all-around talented quarterback in this draft. Now, speaking of other talented quarterbacks, it's the aforementioned Heisman Trophy winner, Jaden Daniels from last year. Now, Daniels is a couple of years older than Caleb. He actually is old enough to have thrown a touchdown pass to Brandon Ayuk back in his days at Arizona State. Saw those highlights earlier today. Um, but then he transferred to LSU and actually showed out this last season. So he doesn't have the body of work that Caleb has, but he definitely has more elite running ability than Caleb. I wouldn't put his arm talent quite up there with Caleb, but is definitely expected to go second or third, either to Washington or New England right now. Now, after that, we get to the next biggest story in my mind, and that is what are the Minnesota Vikings going to do at quarterback? Now, why is that so important? Well, look at the offensive receiving weapons for the Vikings. All right. They have, of course, Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison at wide receiver. There's a Hawkinson at tight end. And so there's a lot to be excited about in Minnesota. And whichever quarterback gets drafted there definitely gets a bump in our dynasty rankings. So we're going to see what the Vikings end up doing. I mean, it's almost assured that they're going to be grabbing some quarterback at some point this evening, whether they decide to stand pat at 11. They have picked 11 and 23 in the first round this year. Whether they decide to keep those picks and grab whoever falls to them at 11, or they try to move up. They could move up to pick 5 with the Chargers, they could move up to 4 with the Cardinals, or even up to possibly number 3 with the Patriots. There's been discussion. But the Patriots need a quarterback as well. So it kind of depends on who the Patriots like at quarterback more so, because they ultimately hold the number 3 pick right now. And obviously, they don't have to trade it if they don't want to, but maybe the Vikings will offer them something they cannot refuse. I would definitely see it having to be a Godfather offer, Godfather type offer for them to take over picking the quarterback that they want, unless they have multiple quarterbacks that they're okay with getting. Now, New England has struggled since Tom Brady left. Well, they tried Mac Jones. He was a winner in college, but not quite athletic enough or not quite enough arm strength so far to have made it in the NFL. So we're going to see the likelihood of them trading the pick. If I had to bet on it right now, I would say that the Patriots stand pat and they go probably with Drake May. If Daniels goes to Washington, that would be the way that I would bet on it right now. So if those are the top 3 picks, then we come to number 4 with Arizona and the Cardinals' depleted wide receiver room. Kyler Murray, I'm sure, is just itching to find out who they are going to select at number 4. Maybe he already knows. I'm sure he's given some chance for input there in Arizona. And so My best guess would be Marvin Harrison Jr., the all-world wideout from the Ohio State University. Now it's been he's been highly projected the number one pick in some dynasty drafts. Other drafts, Caleb's going number one. Most recently, over the last month or so, I'd say Caleb has the consensus has had Caleb rising to number one, but some of it depends on your league's format. If the receivers are a little bit more important than the average league, then I would maybe lean towards taking Marv number one. Uh, maybe, maybe you get an extra half point per reception. It's a full point per reception. I even play in a league where it's crazy and it's 2 points per reception. And that one, hands down, Marv is the number one pick. I just look at Marv and I see another past Cardinals receiver in Larry Fitzgerald. Some that compared him to AJ Green, built a little bigger than AJ Green. I like copying him to Fitzgerald because I just see Marv as being a locked and loaded high end wide receiver for the next 10 plus years. Uh, I just see him. You can't go wrong with him, really. Now, there are some out there who actually have elite neighbors ahead of fine. If you want to go ahead and rank him ahead, I think you'd be taking a little bit of a chance. There's the possibility that I'd say there's a possibility that Marv outproduces him for maybe a year or so over the next 10 seasons, because both of them definitely could play a long time. And I would not be disappointed if I end up with Marv or if I end up with neighbors because Marv just went. I needed wide receiver. You can't go wrong really with either of them. And there's also the third rated wide receiver right now, Roma Dunze from Washington. We had Michael Penix tossing him the rock last couple seasons. Now, uh, Rome has been strong. He's a year older than the other two guys, but they definitely all consist of the big three at wide receiver. So if we're talking the big three at wide receiver, oh, it's just kicking back at me. It's on a slight delay. All right. I'm gonna be here all night, so I want to make sure it's set up as good as possible. If we're talking Roma Dunze, I put up monster numbers last season on every route. I kind of liken him to a Keenan Allen. He's a little faster, but obviously Keenan's growing older at this stage in his career. We don't remember what Keenan looked like 7, 8 years ago. He was a little more spry back then. But obviously, the main thing with Keenan Allen is his route running ability, and that is the main calling card for Roma Dunze. So if you draft Rome because you missed out on Marv or Neighbors, don't be disappointed. I gotta say, personally, I would draft Rome over Bowers in your drafts and probably McCarthy as well, as of right now. Now, landing spots can definitely change those things. Uh, League format can definitely change those things. If the tight end position is weighted more heavily because of your scoring system or because of the league market you're in, you know, that wide receivers don't trade for as much. Um, I don't see in most leagues, but it is possible. Maybe you're in a two tight end format, make hours also more more enticing. Uh, there's even some leagues that are, points per reception for tight ends. Get a full extra for a tight end catch. That one I definitely could see Bowers going even top. maybe even over Marv overall. It's like a one quarterback league with 2 tight ends, tight end premium. I can understand wanting Bowers a lot. So he definitely he definitely is a is an elite prospect as well. He's the highest rated prospect since we saw Kyle Pitts. Um, the only reason I'm a little leery is how tight end prospects have gone over the past decade or 2 decades. Going back before Pitts, who's been somewhat of a disappointment for most fantasy managers if you haven't traded him off already. Now things are finally looking good for him with Kirk Cousins coming into the fold in Atlanta. Atlanta's sitting on the number 8 pick, and we'll talk about them soon. But before Pitts, we had guys like Evan Ingram taken in the first round. There was OJ Howard in the first round, Vernon Davis, first round. Um, so Vernon Davis ended up having a pretty solid career. Evan Ingram's bounced back after his disappointing years with the Giants. He did have 1,000 yards his rookie season, but then he struggled for 4 or 5 years there with the Giants. Now he's found new life with Trevor Lawrence in Jacksonville, and so the talent was always there with Ingram. That was never in question. It's just his hands. Dropped a lot of balls with the Giants. But now he's not doing that in Jacksonville. Last year, he had over 100 catches. He's definitely showing the talent. So I don't think the talent is the question at all with Bowers. Main thing with Brock Bowers is going to be the landing spot. I have no doubt that he will end up going in the top 15 picks tonight to someone. That someone, though, is the big question. There are any number of teams that could be looking to go with a tight end. Even teams already like Atlanta who have a tight end, or Tennessee who has a tight end. I saw a tweet earlier this offseason where Bowers said he'd love to play with the tight. Now they have Chico Conquo there, so I don't really expect to see the Titans take him. Titans are projected all over the place to take Joe Alt, the all-world tackle out of Notre Dame, 6'9" tackle, that is. He could possibly be the number 1 overall pick in a different year's draft, but this year he's projected to go number 7. So we'll see where Bowers ends up going. He doesn't go in, in the top 8. There is, let's see, at 9 the Bears pick again, but they have Cole Kmet. Jets would be a nice landing spot. Um, then we have the Vikings at 11. And we've got Broncos. So I see the Colts lingering there in the middle of the first round. That could be an ideal location for Brock Bowers. And him landing in Indy could finally solidify that Colts offense once and for all. They've been sort of a revolving door for tight ends. Tight end offense for seems like forever. They've they've gone through the likes of who they got now, Jelani Woods. Um, they had Moali Cox. All these all these athletic, decent blockers, but not elite pass catching tight ends, I guess. Now, Brock Bowers brings it all to the table, so that could be the answer for the Colts. Who knows what Indy's going to do? They could go wide receiver in the first round or elsewhere. If we move on then from where were we at? We were at the 4th pick. We were talking about um, Marvin Harrison. Go to the next team up. This is probably the 3rd biggest story, I would say. That would be the Jim Harbaugh led LA Chargers. What is Jim Harbaugh going to do in his first draft back in the NFL? Harbaugh, of course, had great success with the 49ers earlier in the 2010s. He took them to the Super Bowl, couldn't quite seal the deal, and now he's uh, back in the league after winning a title in college with the Michigan Wolverines, and he wants another challenge. He wants back in. He gets Justin Herbert, of course, to lead the way. Now, the I want to put to bed the rumors about Herbert getting dealt. People thought it was a possibility that Harbaugh would want to just start completely over. Um, However, if the Chargers were to deal Herbert, they'd be eating so much dead cap that they'd barely be able to even field a team this year. So it's extremely unlikely that would happen. I know that many were projecting that Harbaugh, if McCarthy was there, he'd deal Herbert so he could have his old college quarterback. There was the infamous tweet this offseason about how Harbaugh felt that McCarthy should be taken number one overall. He saw that as just trying to just hype his way up. I saw it as a way for the Chargers to possibly land Marvin Harrison. McCarthy happened to go in the top four picks. Those other three quarterbacks, May, Daniels, and Caleb, and Marvin Harrison would just happen to fall in the lap of the Chargers. I don't think that'll happen. I think Arizona is going to not trade out this year, and they'll stick with Marv. And then we'll have the Chargers at 5. And I don't know that the Chargers are going to take Malik Neighbors there. Just doesn't feel like a Jim Harbaugh pick. I feel like Harbaugh wants to, beef up the defense and establish that run game like he had in San Francisco. So my thought is that the Chargers will trade back with whom that's yet to be seen. Uh, let's say the Cardinals do take Marv at 4. That would mean JJ McCarthy's possibly still on the board, and I can see the Vikings as a likely landing spot, and they can either just give up picks 11 and 23 in the first round with something else added on top, move up to 5, and snap up JJ McCarthy as their future at quarterback. Uh, that wouldn't be a bad move for both teams. I could see that as a win-win situation. So that likelihood is very, very out there and possible. But again, it's probably my second biggest story is the Minnesota Vikings and what they choose to do. So moving on then, after LA Chargers, we have pick number 6, and that's the New York Giants. Giants are an interesting situation now. They haven't been very successful under Brian Dable. He's been there a couple of years now trying to establish things, and it just really hasn't worked out that well for him. Now, biggest question starts at quarterback with Daniel Jones still there under a massive, massive contract. Uh, do the Giants go ahead and grab a quarterback themselves? If McCarthy doesn't get picked at 5, he could be there for them right at number 6. So they also need help at wide receiver, right? Is it gonna do the new quarterback any help if they don't have any receivers to throw to? I mean, right now the Giants are looking at Wandale Robinson. Uh, who else do they even have? Jalen Hyatt from last year didn't do a whole lot. He got banged up. And then at tight end, is Waller going to retire? They've got Bollinger there. It's not all that impressive, the receiving room. So I wouldn't put it past the Giants to just stand pat and draft whatever wide receiver is left for them and hopefully help Daniel Jones in that regard. They are paying him all that money. It's crazy. It's just on like a 4 or 5 second delay. It's weird. All right. Let's check my connection quick. Yeah, everything's set. All right. Well, anyway, back to the Giants and their woes. I do believe that Dable's a good coach and that he could possibly work magic with a new quarterback, but I think they're going to try one more year with Daniel Jones. The way that they're set up financially with him it makes much sense to just bench the guy unless they figure out another team that would take him on, sort of like what the Broncos uh, decided to do with Russell Wilson. But that basically would mean that you're punting the entire season. And I don't know if the Giants want to do that. I don't know if Brian Dable's willing to do that. He's going to be going into what his third season now. You're going to probably expect some results. Um, it is New York after all. So very interesting to see what the Giants may pull off. Now at number 7, we have the Tennessee Titans picking, and everybody's got them projected to take the tackle out of Notre Dame, Joe Alt. He's a monster of a human. At 6'9", like I said earlier, really be the number one pick in a different season. It wasn't so loaded at quarterback or wide receiver, um, but does bode well for the Titans. Titans did a lot this offseason to help out new quarterback Will Levis. They went out and signed Calvin Ridley to a big contract, brought in Tony Pollard to help out the backfield. So now they got Pollard and Spears back there. DeAndre Hopkins is still in the building. You still have the underperforming Traylon Burks in there, who now sits as the wide receiver 3, basically. Some rumored the Titans to go wide receiver in the second round. So a lot of different ways you can see the Titans go, but I think that Joel probably would be the best option for them and definitely help the protection for Will Levis. Plenty of wide receivers in this year's draft to go after in the second round if they really want to add to that wide receiver. Then we go to number 8. Number 8 is the Atlanta Falcons. Falcons also made some big moves this offseason, bringing in bringing in Kirk Cousins for him to sling it around the yard to Drake London and Kyle Pitts. Finally, finally, we might get to see those guys realize their true potential. I know I'm very excited for my Drake London and Kyle Pitts shares. Also have Cousins in a couple of leagues. I don't think Cousins really loses much value. Be a little leery of going out there and overpaying for him. The guy is older and coming off an Achilles injury, so we'll see. Um, I, for one, do believe he'll be okay and ready to roll at the beginning of the season. Um, so I expect some fireworks from Atlanta now for their draft pick. A lot of people have them going defense. Uh, it's usually either an edge or a corner. Just had a pen fall. Are you guys taking off? Oh, sorry about that. Uh, yes, back to Atlanta and addressing the defense. They did enough off on the offensive side this offseason, getting Kirk Cousins. So I think that they want to go out and get a little help defensively. It is possible Falcons could maybe go after a wide receiver. Probably later, though. They did go after, they brought in both Darnell Mooney and Rondell Moore to go along with the Cousins signing. So, mm, do you think that they filled up the room well? I do see Mooney and Rondell Moore as better fits as the wide receivers 3 and 4 on this team, so I can easily see them grabbing a receiver in the second round. So look for that from Atlanta. Um, check this here. Got it. Hmm, just got a message here I want to check. Check something here quick. Okay. Let me run upstairs. I'll be right back. We're gonna be here all night. Don't worry. Back. We got a little break there. Okay. Just want to remind everyone, Birdhouse today brought to you by Choice Sports Cards. Choice buying and selling sports cards. Kyle and the boys over there on whatnot. Drop the link over there in the chat. Anybody here want to say something? I'm gonna say hello. There we go. This is our first time doing a live broadcast. It's pretty exciting. I do want to do a little shout out to my young fans down in Tampa, both Julian and Lena. Glad to have you aboard. My young son Tristan, thanks for giving me space down here. No PlayStation tonight for you, pal. But thank you, DK Jersey as well. Want to shout out to my aunt, my family, especially my lovely wife, Andrea, and her commitment to allowing me to do this. It's very special. Everyone out there watching, you make it happen by tuning in. So back to the draft. We're going to let's see, pick 9, which again is the Chicago Bears. So the Bears, it's interesting what they could possibly do with that pick. Um, I, for one, looking at the Bears situation, they only have 4 picks right now. So it's extremely likely, in my opinion, to see them trading back. And depending on which wide receivers go before pick 9, I could easily see somebody later on trading up, grab one of the big 3 wide receivers if one's still available. Maybe 2 are still available. Who knows? So it kind of just depends on how the first 8 picks go. But I think the Bears will just sit at 9 and wait till it's their turn on the clock. And then there'll be teams that will be calling for sure. That is almost my guarantee trade right there. Because I don't see the Bears just sitting with 4 picks all weekend. And they do need help elsewhere. Try and you know give Caleb something to play with. I know they added a wide receiver, but they do need help elsewhere. They could. Could you go lineman? It all really depends what the Bears end up getting offered. Okay. So there's Dom joining in. What's up, Dom? Glad to have you aboard. All right. So, any of you have any questions? Just feel free to drop a question. Um, yeah. Moving on, though, like I said, I think the Bears will trade, and at number 10, I see it's the Jets picking, and so just giving a what's up here. And so with the Jets, they easily could use a wide receiver as well. I mean, they have Garrett Wilson and a bunch of nobodies. They could go tight end with Brock Bowers, or they could just they do need help in a lot of places. I think their defense is pretty solid, but I wouldn't be shocked to see them grab another lineman. Um, Obviously, Aaron Rodgers couldn't even make it 5 plays last season, so they do want to make sure they protect their investment there. So I expect it to go offense somehow, whether it's wide receiver, tight end, yet to be seen. Then we get to pick number 11, which, as we mentioned earlier, is the Vikings. And Vikings could choose to trade up, which I see is the most likely thing to happen tonight, or just stand pat if they think a quarterback will fall to them, or maybe they're just seeing Michael Penix or Bo Nix as the next option, and that's a possibility as well. I, for one, don't think that they will do that. I am a fan of Michael Penix, but you know, I'm not an NFL scout, so I'll leave it to the NFL scouts to help their teams and decide who to go after. Um, and judging the way that the quarterbacks are scouted, I don't know that NFL scouts know anything more than us fantasy prognosticators. So after after the Vikings, we have, let's see, I believe it's is it Denver or Oakland? I get those two mixed up. It's Denver first, then Las Vegas. Okay. So so if we one in, I already tried to set it up with you, buddy. Um so got number 12, the um let's see, number 12 is the Raiders. And the Raiders are a team I could see trading up too. Gene Daniels has mentioned that he'd love to play there, and I could see that as a possibility. But Denver also needs a quarterback, although they just traded for Zach Wilson, so who knows? So I don't know. It's it's tough to say if Sean Payton will be just fine with what he has. I really don't see it, that they just stand pat with the room that they have. So, yeah, back to the Raiders and Broncos. They could be playing a little game of cat and mouse there, those 2 division rivals. Uh, we're 20 minutes away from the draft starting off here. Anybody have any questions out there? Thoughts, maybe? Um, like I said, I see the Vikings as the most likely team to trade up, and the Bears as the most likely team to trade down. That would be my that would be my best guesses right now. But there could be a few wild cards out there. I'm sure there will. Now, as we move on in the first round to the later portion of the first round, that's when it will get interesting with the wide receivers, especially when we're talking dynasty teams. We have big 3 wide receivers, of course, but I think the most interesting part for most of us are those wide receivers that we can draft between picks, say, 109 to 206, looking at uh, Brian Thomas out of LSU, Xavier Worthy, and Adonai Mitchell out of Texas. A.D. Mitchell's blown up since the combine. Him and Brian Thomas both had great 40 times and other numbers at the combine, real hot. And then, of course, we have Xavier Worthy, who just happened to set the all-time 40-yard dash record. So we'll see. It's gonna be pretty interesting. Now, if mm, I had to guess, my top one selected would probably be Brian Thomas. I could see either the Colts taking him or the Bengals trading away T. Higgins and going ahead and selecting Thomas at pick 18. What they can get for T. Higgins, we don't know yet. That has been a highly rumored deal. There's no teams in particular that I've seen mentioned. So who knows there? Brandon Ayuk gotten a lot of action on Twitter today. Um, people they even mentioned that Debo Samuel could get traded from the Niners. So I don't know what the Niners are looking at. Maybe they have their eye on one of the receivers in particular. We'll see there. Um, I just think that those 3 are the main 3 that I think will get picked in the first round. It's possible Lad McConkey could go at the very end. Mm, I don't see Keon Coleman going in the first anymore. Um, yeah, it probably would be Brian Thomas. Uh, Brian Thomas. Colin, what's up, buddy? How you doing? Yes. What do you think your Bengals are going to do, Colin? Let's get it from the source himself. You gonna stay pat with Keith? You gonna go after a new rookie? And then what do you want to see? Um, so in picks in the 20s, that's where it'll get interesting with the I think with the quarterbacks most especially because you have Penix and Nix, who I don't think are going in the top 10 of this draft. But there could be a few teams looking for those guys who trade back into the first round from the second round, so they get that extra year uh, of salary. implications. So, mm, will that happen? Who knows? New England's a team who may not draft a maybe they go after wide receiver with their pick at number 3, or maybe they trade back and they like Michael Penix or Bo Nix. So, we'll see. Uh, it's gonna be exciting. We're down to 15 minutes now until draft time. Getting geared up. Got, in the 20s, we got I think a lot of so you have a lot of the, playoff teams from last year making their picks, and so, you know, the Packers pick at 25, Tampa picks at 26, got the Bills, I think, at 28. They're selecting, the Lions are at 29. I'm pretty sure Tampa, we're not gonna do anything splash-wise in as far as dynasty is concerned. We're with a probably going with an edge rusher or a center. I like the center out of Oregon. I'd be pretty happy if we end up getting him fall into our lap. Packers, I would expect they take a corner at Cooper DeJean from Iowa has been projected to go there. Um, and the Lions have been sneaky the last few years. Obviously, they've built up a talent-filled roster for the last few years and took over the NFC North this past season, made it all the way to the NFC Championship and blew it in the second half. But hey, I'm happy for the Lions as far as for they getting that far. I'm happy they my team, but gotta respect it. The Lions should be back in business again next season. Packers are looking as well in the North, so the battle there atop the North. Um, but the Lions, I don't know which they probably can just go best player available, honestly. And then we've got what Ravens at 30, and then the Niners and Chiefs. Now the Chiefs and Niners, if they trade IU, could both be looking wide receiver. You know, the Chiefs have had the off the field issues with the breakout rookie from last year, Rasheed Rice. He got into a little traffic trouble and still indefinite as far as how long he'll get suspended. I would suspect it's 2 to 6 games. That would be my best guess. Um, if it's longer than that, I would be shocked. I mean, his yes, there were small injuries to some of the other drivers involved there, but it's not like it was the unfortunate Henry Ruggs situation from years back. There's Dante Stallworth from the Saints a long time ago. He had another bad driving incident. Um, and then over the past year or two, um, we've had Hollywood Brown got a bad speeding ticket. Jordan Addison got a big speeding ticket. No suspensions there whatsoever. We do have breaking news though, and that is uh, AJ Brown. AJ Brown is not getting traded, but per Adam Schefter, one and only AJB has been signed to a 3-year, $96 million extension to stay in Philly. And Jalen Hurts is target. Of course, they have Devontae Smith there as well. But there you go. Eagles locked up both of their main targets for the next few years. They both got 3-year extensions. So I think all is well there in Philly for Hurts and company. I, the way the Eagles value the wide receiver position, I wouldn't be shocked if they took one in the second or third round, but I don't think we'll see them be having one. big news there for Eagles fans and AJ Brown owners across Dynasty land. So all of you guys with those investments into those Eagles can breathe a sigh of relief and cheer on again to see a new season. The Eagles should bounce back offensively. I know they struggled the last half of last season. I, for one, have been buying into Jalen Hurts this offseason. I grabbed him in a couple of leagues. I got him in a couple of startups. So I am happy to see this signing, as should you if you own Hurts or AJ Brown up there. We're down under 10 minutes to go before this 2024 NFL draft starts. Ooh, boy. Let's hear it in the chat. Who do you think will make the first trade this draft? Who's your first team that will make the deal? Do the Cardinals trade back? Do the Patriots trade back? And who trades up? Is it the Vikings, as everybody predicts, or is it someone else? Jump them. Do the Raiders or Broncos jump them to get that quarterback they need? Should be interesting. We'll find out soon. Okay, now we move along here. We can mention the running backs. I don't expect any running backs to go today, first round. There aren't any elite Bijan Robinson, Jameer Gibbs type talents in this year's draft. Closest to that would be Jonathan Brooks, the running back from Texas, who sat behind Bijan the past couple of seasons and finally broke out this past season. However, he got hurt, tore an ACL, so that has dropped him a little down the board. I think that dude from Texas is that dude, Mark. We shall see, Mark. Let's see where his landing spot is first. If he does land in Big D for the Cowboys, I would be all over Jonathan Brooks. I think that would be an outstanding landing spot there for him to stay home in Texas with the Cowboys, carry that star. I think that Jonathan Brooks is going to be a very good NFL talent, no matter where he goes. But especially I see the Cowboys and Chargers as the top landing spots for running backs this year's draft. So expect everybody's expecting Blake Corum, of course, from the University of Michigan, to go to Jim Harbaugh in LA now. But we'll see. Corum, someone the Chargers could reach a little for at the beginning of the second round, or maybe just wait for him to fall to them in round 3. But we'll find out that tomorrow evening when rounds 2 and 3 of this NFL draft come to us. Now, uh, down to 7 minutes. 7 minutes. Oh my gosh. I've been pumped for this draft. Pumped for this draft since last year's draft. I tell you, the talent in this draft, I have not seen a a dynasty related draft this talented since probably 2013 with all wide receivers in the 2013 draft. Sammy Watkins and Mike Evans, Keenan Allen, Odell, of course. That draft was loaded with wide receivers, as is this draft. It's going to be very exciting to see where these guys fall to. Uh, but just the amount of skill players that are going to go in the top 10 of this draft has never been seen before. This draft, if you add in the amount of offensive linemen in the first round, which is projected to possibly be 10, you could see 10 skill players as well as 10 linemen taken or more. So we could have over 20 offensive players taken in the first round of this draft. Uh, the most offensive players selected in a first round of an NFL draft has been 19. I think that was back in was it 2019 or 2009? I'm not sure. But either way, this year's draft could smash that total. I'm talking more than 20. There's at least 10 linemen, and don't take the lineman picks too lightly. Like I was talking about Joe Alt to the Titans, that's a huge pick for that Titans offense that has had an offensive line that struggled. Grabbing a guy like Alt really, really helped all the other offensive players on that Titans team, especially Will Levis. Will Levis is somebody who I tried to get. I got him in one best ball league this offseason in a startup, and I was pretty happy to land there one option. Not going balls to the wall, all in on the guy, but I do see him as someone with the talent that's around him who could rise dramatically in value. I mean, if you look at Mickey trade cut, I think he's at around 4,000 right now. He's somebody that could potentially jump into the top 10 of quarterbacks if he would to realize his full potential. Now, can he do something like that or not? It will remain to be seen. Somebody who could rise to the top 10 at quarterbacks, or he could literally be out of a job at the end of next season. They're trying to draft that other quarterback. Ultimate risk reward there with Will Levis. I'm excited for it though. They've got enough talent there in Tennessee. I love the pick for them. Shout out to my boy Luke, big Titans fan. I know. Hopefully it works out for those guys. But back to the draft. We are almost just down to 3 minutes here. Just under 3 minutes before Caleb Williams goes here at number one to the Bears. If anybody out there wants to predict somebody else going number one, go ahead and shoot your shot right now. I'd like to see it. I don't see anybody else going. I guess if anything were to happen, honestly, it would be the Bears trading back just because they have so few picks. But really, it's not going to happen. They're going Caleb here for one, and we're going to move on to number two for the highly anticipated Commanders selection, whether it will be Jaden Daniels or Drake May. Could it be? Let's hear it in the chat. Who are you guys leaning towards for Washington? Is it going to be JD or May? Let's hear it. I'm leaning Jaden Daniels right now. I think uh, he has more playmaking ability. He's definitely, in my eyes, at least a little higher risk, high reward type. Just because he his body where he's one of those quarterbacks that kind of came out of nowhere this last year with LSU all the way to winning the Heisman. He had a lot of good talent around him in Malik Neighbors and Brian Thomas, both of them. Drake May, he did have Tez Walker, to be fair, but Walker's more of like a second or third round wide receiver selection. Uh, didn't have two first round wide receivers to throw. I watched Jaden Daniels against FSU last year, and granted, that was game one of the season for them, and it wasn't completely that impressive, but obviously he tore it up afterwards the rest of the season there for the LSU Tigers. So we're getting close. We're under a minute left. Wait, who do you guys think out there? Please, just want a couple of options. If you think that the Commanders are going to trade out, that's also a possibility, I guess. There's a lot of quarterback hungry teams. The Raiders, Broncos, they definitely need a quarterback. Mark's going with JD. I agree, Mark. We'll see. kid here on, they're talking to some Bama quarterback. He's got his old he must be an Eagles fan, so that's that's too bad. Eagles. But, I can, I can respect that. He can cheer for whoever he wants. Um, we'll see later on if he ends up in Philly. At least we know they're not probably going, wide receiver. Right? They're showing the, Lions fans there filling downtown Detroit. Next year, it's going to be heading over to Lambeau Field in the frozen tundra of Green Bay. We'll see if it gets up to 60 degrees next year for the NFL draft. One would like to be going live from the NFL draft itself next season. So we'll see where we're at here. But I think it has come to that time. Yes, we are we are here. It is time for Roger Goodell. Mm, is it Goodell up there? Oh, not yet. They're gonna drag this out a little bit, of course. Yes. Gotta hear more from Booger, Mel Kiper. Oh, God, I've got the volume turned down here. I don't have to listen to these guys. Oh, did I just say that? Anyway, I respect Kiper. He's been grinding hard for many, many, many a years doing this. He's one of the if not the most, uh, biggest reasons for this event here of the NFL draft being so blown up. And, as funny as the guy sounds and goofy as he is, he definitely is one of the main reasons for this event becoming so special. I just love the pageantry of it where, the reality is when even during the NFL season, all 32 teams fan bases all to their TVs like this, other than the Super Bowl when, uh, most fan bases don't have anything to root for, at least 30 out of the 32 teams don't. Um, Here, we're all interested in what our teams can do to improve our chances of the next season. So, I mean, I'm excited to see if the Bucks take a center or an edge rusher. I mean, it's gotta say something, right? I honestly don't know how they could even cut to a commercial at this point, but they did. All right. So let's say Daniels goes number 2 to the Commanders. Is Drake May going 3 then to the Patriots, or is he going somewhere else? ESPN was heavily mocking uh, the Vikings trading up to 3, land Drake May. Um, not so sure I buy that one yet, just because I think the Patriots really need a quarterback themselves. They'd be doing themselves a disservice not grabbing a quarterback in a quarterback loaded draft like this. At least not a first round. You decide to wait till the second round for a quarterback. I just don't know that that is the route I would take. I'd rather take May than receiver second round versus taking either Mar or Neighbors at 3 and then whatever quarterback in the second round, I guess, is what I'm getting at. The quarterback is the focal point of your offense. You gotta you gotta have a top signal caller, and a top signal caller can improve mediocre wide receivers and raise the level of their games, right? Uh, just look at, say, a team like, I don't know, like take the Packers, for example, right? Jordan Love definitely stepped it up this past season, and I am not going to say that it's talent level of those wide receivers that lifted Jordan Love up. It definitely was the other way around. Jordan Love's performance lifted up the level of the play for those wide receivers. Okay, I'm not saying Jaden Reed sucks or anything like that, but you know what I mean. They were able to bring Mo Melton in the middle of the season, Seahawks practice squad, and Melton looked like a good play. So that's my point. A good signal caller can raise the level, whereas the other way around, a bad quarterback can really hinder the performance of a good wide receiver. I know that super stud wide receivers such as Calvin Johnson, where he was able to perform in Detroit for a couple of years with trash quarterbacks. That's not what I'm getting at here. If you want your franchise to succeed, I'm not talking fantasy here. If you want your franchise to succeed and you've got the opportunity to pick a quarterback who's rated to be a top 5 pick, you have nobody, especially when you just kick Mac Jones out the door. Like, I don't know, the Patriots gotta be going quarterback. They hope to be following in the footsteps of what the Texans pulled off last season. The Patriots are looked at right now as one of the ugliest situations. I know just about everybody doesn't want Marv getting drafted number 3 to the Patriots, which, yeah, if they don't have a quarterback to throw to him, yeah, I'd be a little leery of that. But, uh, 4 or 5 years ago, the Bengals didn't look like a great situation when Joe Burrow and T. Higgins got drafted, all right? They had nothing going for them offensively. So, they got Brissett, yeah. They do have Brissett as a nice bridge backup quarterback, so they'll probably, they could throw Eminem out here at quarterback, and he'd probably be just as good. I guess Dell and Eminem walking out together for an NFL draft. Yeah, I might as well just run for president, I guess. Uh, Sad thing is he might win. Ah, okay. There he is, public enemy number 1. Right. It is that time. They're gonna have Eminem do a performance first here? Because I don't wanna be here till 5 in the morning. It's 7:08 Central Time, um, so, honestly, the Bears should have, like, under 2 minutes to pick, but they're dragging this out so long. Alright, who are they going with? And here we go. Marshall Mathers. Let's hear it. Now, how many of these fans are actually gonna stick around till pick 29 is what I really wanna know. We got Hutchinson coming out. Oh boy. Sweet stash. There he is. The legend. Good to see Barry back in. Well, all right. We're gonna finally get this thing rolling here. They're gonna bring the bad boys out too. Laying beer out here. That would be nice. All right, let's get this thing rolling. Come on. No, is Jared Goff not a deadpan doppelganger for Ryan Gosling? Am I the only one that sees it? Boy, they're gonna let Barry kick things off. Okay, at least they're doing that right. All right, who do we got here? Who do we got here? It's coming up now. Let's see it. Uh, I would have kicked the stream off maybe an hour later if I known that they had to let each player from the Detroit Lions over the last 20 years talk for 5 minutes. Oh, all right, let's get to it already. Colin Bo Nix first overall. That would be so Bears though, wouldn't it? I do remember what was it, 6 years ago when Baker got taken number one. He wasn't really expected number one. So he definitely wasn't at the level of Caleb Williams, though. All right. As much as I love Baker now, because he happens to be playing for my Bucks, Baker was not seen as the overwhelming favorite. I can't remember who had the top odds of going number one at the time, but I don't think it was Baker. Don't hold me to it, but anyway, that was an interesting move by the Browns at the time. Um, Obviously, it didn't work out for Baker in Cleveland, and I've got no problem with that. 'Cause, not now. Okay, we are at under 9 minutes left for the Bears. Let's hope they don't mess it up like the Vikings a few years ago. Just let the Commanders select whoever they want. Come on, Caleb, just have the hat on already. I mean, he's probably got a Bears jersey on underneath his suit coat. Let's get to it. 6'1" and an eighth. Huh. I thought he was only 6 foot, but you know, either way, the guy's electric. And like I started it off with at the top of the hour, last hour, he is the biggest story in this draft. Now, is this the dude to run Chicago for the next 10 or more seasons? Never happened. Can he be the one? Because if he's anything less than that, it's a disappointment, right? They've definitely done the front office has done what they can to give him some talent around him. See what they grab later on in this draft. But he's going to have his shot. I know there were rumors how his dad wanted him to get some of the stock ownership in the team that he went to. Of course, that isn't able to happen by NFL rules. So there he is tossing a touchdown last year or 2 years ago to Jordan Addison. Here he won Heisman. Probably going to be divisional rivals now, those two. Mm. Oh, Mel's got Caleb as the number one best available. Mm, let's do this. Uh, oh my gosh. Now they're lining up the whole Bears offense. Yeah, the only thing that I want to say is I know that they helped him supposed by bringing Keenan Allen in, but take Williams' game and it's scrambling. I don't know that that necessarily fits Keenan Allen's game. Okay, but well, we'll see. That's something that the Bears have to worry about. Just because Keenan Allen's such a precise route runner, like his game is based on timing. That's why Justin Herbert and him were so good together. Like honestly, if I was the Bears, Mike Williams would have been the receiver that I would have gone out and getting if I'm having a quarterback like Caleb Williams. I mean, Mike Williams can go high point the ball like the, the best of them, and so just kind of struck me as odd. I'm sure Keenan Allen will figure it out. He's good enough. But yeah, just my opinion. I think Mike Williams would have actually been the better option. DJ Moore as the true number one, and then Mike Williams as your number two to go, run the fly patterns. Mike Williams can't stay healthy at all. So maybe that's what they were looking at. Oh, what do we got? How long do the Bears get? All right, we're at 4 minutes. So the Bears still suck. Yes, in that division, it's going to take a year or two for them to compete. So I know they're surrounding whoever they take a quarterback here with some talent, but you know, all in all, though, the Bears get a new quarterback, Vikings get a new QB. Uh, NFC North is back. It's going to be a strong division again this year. So Lions are no joke, though. Packers aren't either. So it's definitely be a battle in that division. And the Bears pick is in. Bears pick is in. Yes. It's oh man. Oh, let's do it already. High fives all around. It's a tough choice. I mean, they're really just congratulating each other for their trade they made last season. It was a hell of a trade. I mean, worst case, right? Caleb Williams is Bryce Young from last year, and the Bears still make out with DJ Moore on top of it. And the other pick that they got too. And they do select Caleb Williams. Let's get it going. Number two, who we taking? Chad's going with Jaden Daniels. Mark's going Jaden Daniels. Any opposers out there? I think two is Jaden Daniels as well. And then May will go three to the Patriots. I just don't see the Patriots being able to. I just don't see the Patriots being able to afford going any other way. honestly. What other what other route can they go? Oh, man. We have 6 minutes left for the Commanders. Who shall it be? Don't worry, sleeper. It's not a real spoiler alert. Do they? I mean, how many times are they going to show this room? Yes, I mean it is a huge important pick for the franchise. Like I said, this guy should be the face of the Bears for plus seasons. Is it or is it not going to happen? That's a good question for you guys out there. Caleb Williams, will Caleb Williams sign a second, sign an extension with the Bears? Will he make it? For one, I actually think he will. I do think he can sling it better than Justin Fields, at least. I don't know if that's saying much. Justin Fields did not look like he did not look as bad of a thrower in college as he did in the NFL. More here. I mean, yes, Mitchell Trubisky, what a pick there. All right, let's go, Washington. Get your pick in. I'll still be awake tonight when the Bucks pick. Jeez. Oh, here we go. So Mel Kiper's got Rome, Rome ahead of neighbors. See which way it goes. I could honestly go either way with those 2. I think it might depend on your quarterback. I mean, in all honesty, these teams should be asking their quarterback who they want, right? You did work out well with, Tank Dell and CJ Stroud last year, right? So so these gonna guys gonna be hugging each other like that too? There's Dan Quinn, new quarterback, a new head coach for the Commanders. What an organization to jump into. Good luck, Dan. He's gonna be wanting to, jump back into defensive coordinate some other squad within the next, 2 years. I give Quinn 2 years in Washington before he quits. Oh, let's hear all the anticipation. Jaden Daniels, Drake May, Jake May, May, JD, Drake May, Drake, JD. Consensus out there seems to be Jaden Daniels. There he is. He's ready to go. Now I've heard the comparisons to RG3, and honestly, I see it. I see it. It's a good comp. Hopefully, he doesn't endure the misfortune RG3 had with injuries because he was a special talent. It's a shame we didn't get to see it last. And ruined that guy. I mean, the guy was out there in a playoff game on a broken leg, still out there in the game. There was no reason. That was a shame. Oh, Mel's getting excited. Who's it gonna be, Mel? Who's it gonna be? The pick is in. The anticipation. The pick is in. There's the commander. Faithful, I guess. Gotta be faithful to show your colors to that franchise. And with the second pick in this illustrious 2024 NFL Draft, the Commanders select Jaden Daniels. Oof. All right, now the draft really starts, right? Who are the Patriots going to select, or are they trading down? Hmm. What do you guys think out there? They go pick May, or are they trading out? I, for one, see it would be just franchise suicide to not select a quarterback, especially for a new regime. Started off right, started off with a new quarterback. Do what the Texans did last year. I mean, I, for one, was not on the Stroud bandwagon to start with, mostly because I didn't expect the offense coming in to be much more than a ground and pound 49ers style offense, right? That Nico Ryans took over and he brought a bunch of guys from Frisco down to Houston. Um, but I was pleasantly surprised, as were the Texans fans down there for sure. And we all know how that first season for Mr. Stroud went. I mean, well, basically, there's never been another rookie quarterback to have a season like he did. So, unless you consider, no, there's never even been a rookie quarterback to make the Super Bowl, start a Super Bowl. There it is. Jaden Daniels to Brandon Ayuk, just to show how old Jaden Daniels is. The thing is that at the quarterback position, I really don't think it matters. I mean, he's what, 24 years old? I mean, a quarterback is expected to play 10 plus seasons in today's game. So does it matter in 10 years if the guy is 34 or 35 years old? No. I mean, with the style that he plays, though, I'd be shocked if he's still around in 10 years. I mean, look at Cam Newton. Newton's younger than Kirk Cousins. Look for that guy. Cam was a special talent, but you know, caught up with him. Ooh, yeah, some guys around in different leagues at the draft. Wow, Lake Slavic at the draft. Got Luke Wooten for my last man standing league. He's got a sweet view as well. Wow, he's about maybe 35 rows deep. Yep, right behind the, Niners faithful at the draft. Yes, sir. He was excited about that Jaden Daniels pick, apparently. Oh, he is a Niners fan. There we go. Oh, no. Somebody commented that it was a Niner. Yeah. All right. Who do we got here? Let's go, New England. Pick is in. All right. Now we're moving. Now we're moving. Get it going. Stuff. An hour and a half into this live stream here in the Birdhouse Dynasty Show, brought to you by Choice Sports Cards, the number one choice for buying and selling your sports cards. Check out Kyle and the guys over on Whatnot for all your sports cards needs. He runs live auctions daily. It's just a good old time over there for Kyle and the boys. Oh boy, are we gonna see Drake May here? Anybody have any other calls for the Patriots? Are they gonna blow this pick or what? New England hasn't done anything right since Brady left, so but maybe finally getting rid of old Belichick was finally the right move. It was time for him to move on. Honestly, it just would have been best off riding off into the sunset when Brady left. Can't blame the guy for hanging on. The guy is a genius. So, uh, there's Steve. Steve chiming in with Harrison going to New England. That would be quite interesting. There's Robert Kraft right in the middle of the room. Oof, tell me that is not a. Oh, he just looks like Zach Wilson. I almost thought it was. Seems a little nervous. Doesn't seem like he's on the phone though. Maybe we do have Omar going to New England. That would be quite interesting. We're gonna have Bailey Zappi throwing to Marvin Harrison this year in New England. Wow, that would be exciting. Bailey Zappi shares shooting up, right? No, it would be Jacoby Brissett, and then whatever quarterback they decide to take in round two, I guess. But we'll see. Number three is who is it? Drake May. There we go. All right, let's let it soak in. The new face of the New England Patriots. I think if he wins one Super Bowl, it would be a success. Gotta be tough shoes to fill in that franchise. Walking into a building where past quarterbacks won 6 Lombardis for a franchise. Those are some tough shoes to fill. Drake May's a bit of a playmaker. He's a loose cannon, much like his former teammate Sam Howell. He's got more talent, I'd say, than Mr. Howell. Hence why he's going at number 3 overall, and Howell went in the 5th round. Howell's going to get another shot at it, though. Seahawks went out and traded for him in the offseason. They got a new offense there in Seattle, so we'll see what Howell does this offseason. But more on Drake May here. We've got a young gunslinger going to New England. He's got all the tools, the prototypical size that you want in a franchise quarterback. He's got a little hustle in him. You know, high end, I would say he's Justin Herbert. I could definitely see it happening. He lost a little luster in this draft now, falling to number 3, Justin Herbert, if you remember. Got some flack for uh, maybe not knowing the offense as well or running the offense as well as he could have in Oregon his last season there in Oregon. So he dropped to number 6, I believe, right behind Tua in that Joe Burrow draft. Um, and so Herbert was wasn't, as highly thought of, I guess you'd say, but, both go as the 3rd quarterback taken in their respective drafts, and so who knows? This guy right here, he could be the top quarterback of this draft. He's got all the tools, that's for sure. Let's see what New England, gives the guy for some weapons. He's definitely not walking into, Keenan Allen and Mike Williams, but, there's plenty of picks left. Like I said, tons of options at wide receiver, so I do hope the Patriots grab 1 or 2 for this young man so he can succeed. Mm, look at that. There is their former first round picks, all of the first round quarterbacks. Of course, Tom Brady is not on that list. All right, now the draft really begins, I think, for most of us. It's really no surprise that those 3 quarterbacks went 1, 2, 3. Here is Adam Schefter. Oh, goody. This guy. Gotta respect the game, though, right? Shefty Shefty is the top insider. Seems to know most of the time. Oh, and the Cardinals didn't waste any time. They jumped over Marv. Oh, they jumped all over him. Like I said earlier, I see him as the next Larry Fitzgerald. He's, locked and loaded, Hall of Fame talent, Hall of Fame pedigree. He can run every route. He can play inside, outside. He can do it all. I know that a lot of you out there are high on Malik Neighbors, but to me, without a doubt, this guy is the top wide receiver of this illustrious wide receiver class. Malik Neighbors still looking at his phone there. I don't think he looks like a man who got the call, but I don't expect him to have to wait long for his name to be called. All right. Mm. Steve Reno. Sorry, I knew you were throwing a shot out there. Harrison going to New England, but for those Kyler Murray shares out there in Dynasty Land to jump up, right? Those of you who did trade for Kyler this offseason, things are going to look a lot better coming up here real shortly. Oh yeah. I would expect the Cardinals now to not only take Marv with this pick, but also draft at least another wide receiver uh, as early as round 3 or 4. And there it is, Marv going down to Zona. Yes. Marvin walks into an elite pass target spot in Arizona. He gets a veteran quarterback who can hyper target him. The Cardinals, of course, lost Hollywood Brown this offseason to the Chiefs in free agency. They traded away Rondell Moore to the Falcons to get Kyler's backup now in Ritter, and now they add Marvin Harrison to the locker room. Things are going to be exciting down there in Arizona. I'm excited to see this Arizona this next season. I think they're going to be drafting a wide receiver and probably a running back too. They'll get one in round 3, 4, or 5, I'd say. Um, James Conner still can pound the rock, but I think they'll grab another young body there to back him up. Lots of good middling running backs in this draft. I know there's not any top end talent other than maybe Jonathan Brooks, but look at that one-handed grab, the guy all over him, and he got the pass interference. This guy's special. I'm so old I can remember when his dad was drafted. Whew, scary. His dad was something special too. But this guy right here could even be better. And there they are comparing them. Dad was one of the, if not the best route runners I've ever seen. And to pair that with Peyton Manning was just it was poetry in motion, those thing with Harrison is he just made it look so easy. Look at those 2 routes. This is like an identical watch him get both feet in. That's a pro rider right there. Yep. All right, now we move on to number 5 and Jim Harbaugh, his first pick with the Chargers. What is he gonna do? Is he trading out? Is he gonna actually make the pick? Are they gonna take Malik Neighbors or Justin Herbert to have an actual wide receiver to throw to? I mean, he's got Josh Palmer and of course, the first rounder Quentin Johnston from last year, who definitely disappointed everyone. Um, but you that gotta think that they wanna gotta think that they wanna add a little more talent to that wide receiver room. I mean, I know Harbaugh likes to pound it, but ooh, this is the first spot I really can see trade happening. Let's show us that Chargers war room. Come on. Are they on the phone? Where are Marv? Excited to play with Kyler? Oof. All right. Well, what do you guys out there think? Who are the Chargers taking? My guess, if they don't trade it, is they will just take Neighbors. But they do trade out of this pick. Who is jumping up to grab Malik Neighbors? Any guesses out there? Ooh, no. Honestly, my guess would be that Minnesota, Las Vegas, or Denver would be trading up to actually draft JJ McCarthy. Be my guess if the Chargers do not make their selection here. And we cut to commercial. We only got 3 minutes left, LA. Where are we going with? So we had the top 3 quarterbacks taken. Where do you guys think that JJ McCarthy will end up? That's I'm not so high on McCarthy as some, but I do get it. The guy's a winner, but I just look at him as a slightly more athletic. Okay, I know that he has won since 8th grade. Okay, but in it's one thing to win in high school and college, but the reality is that each and every one of these guys being drafted tonight won a lot of football games in high school and college as well. Okay. I huge reason JJ McCarthy won games in college was the system and the players around him. Okay. JJ McCarthy was not asked to win the game for Michigan very often. Right. Put that in perspective when you're thinking about it. Kurgat chiming in. Good to see you, buddy. I guess you didn't make it to the draft, but that's all right because you're in the Birdhouse. Brought to you by Choice Sports Cards. Number one choice sports cards and is saying maybe Joe Alt here. Eh? Doubt it. That seems more like a Harbaugh pick to me. But Harbaugh's no dummy. he wants Joe Alt. I think he's trading back. Okay, although he couldn't trade back far because the Titans do want Joe Alt. So I don't know. Maybe he does take Joe Alt. I don't know. The guy's a beast, a lineman. Wouldn't shock me. That's for sure. There's plenty of good wide receivers in this draft. I mean, if Harbaugh wants to wait till round 2 or 3 to draft a wide receiver, I wouldn't blame him. Walt's a stud lineman, so I could see it. I could see it. Then the Giants get their choice of wide receivers, either Neighbors or Rome Odunze. Interesting. Let's see here. What are they gonna do? What are they gonna do? How about that? Let's go down the road of Joel going here. Do we think that Corum is going to the Chargers? How about that? I mean, that one's been written in stone since the second that Harbaugh signed up in LA, I think. And it's a huge deal because of the running back landscape. I mean, Blake Corum goes to the Chargers, he jumps up the board possibly to the first or second best running back in this draft. See, Corum goes to the Chargers. It's him and whoever goes to the Cowboys are going to be pushed up to being the top 2 running backs in this draft. And then what that means for our dynasty drafts is that those top 2 running backs could be pushed into the back end of our first round. So it happens every year. You know, some teams need running backs in our dynasty leagues, and they're going to, you could say, reach for them. All right. Their pick is in. Show that war room. Show old Harbaugh. I don't know. Are there any high school players from the Baltimore area that Harbaugh was scouting 5 years ago? And they go with Joe Alt. Hergot with the call. Gotta love it. Ooh. Now, John Alt was Joe Alt's father. He was a beast for the Chiefs for many years. Also a former first rounder. Ooh-wee. Well, that's not one everybody expected. Now what do the Titans do at 7? Granted, there's a bunch of tackles in this first round, so, I don't think they'll be hurting if they take the second tackle off the board. I believe is a guy from Alabama. Um, but it wasn't quite what we all expected, or at least the Justin Herbert owners out there were hoping for, right? I mean, I'm pretty sure most of you guys wanted them to get Neighbors or a Doomsday. Hmm. All right. I'll be right back. All right, all right, all right. We are back now. The Giants didn't waste any time. They are ready to go with their pick. And where are they going with? Oh, let's see here. We've got, is it going to be Rome or is it going to be Neighbors? Colin, settle down. I've had a lot to drink already today. Just trying to keep my fluids flowing. Thanks for staying tuned, though. So who are we going with, folks? Is it going to be Rome or is it Neighbors? Or are they going with McCarthy? And they're going to sit Daniel Jones at his $40 million a year. Man, he looks like 10 years old. Now, he is not at the draft, but don't let that fool you. Malik looking like somebody who just got drafted there. He's ready for the big lights in New York, right? Much like his former LSU predecessor, OBJ. Light up the town, I think. He can help any quarterback. He helped Jaden Daniels win the Heisman this past year. Just an explosive wide receiver. All the tools, pass off the line. The one question, I guess, was how he would be able to handle press coverage in the NFL. But I don't think I'd be too worried about it. His talent is just so extreme. There it is. Heading to the Big Apple. Weak neighbors. Ooh, where does that put you with neighbors out there? You weren't liking the Giants as a landing spot for a wide receiver? Daniel Jones would be throwing the ball to him? What do you guys think of neighbors now? Lots of targets out there available in New York. This guy's ready to take on a lot of them. Here we go with some highlights for neighbors. 6 foot 199. Built like OBJ. Look at him smoke that DB. Got him by 15 yards. All right, now we're up to the Titans now. Joel's gone. Are they going to go tackle or somewhere else? What do you guys out there think? I think they're still going tackle. Got enough talent elsewhere. Um, I guess it's possible they still could go Bowers or even Rome at this point. Just take the best player available, but they do need help on the offensive line there in Tennessee. I think it would just make the most sense to pick the tackle, but we'll see. Right, so down under 6 minutes left to pick, and then we have the Atlanta Falcons picking number 8 again this year. Of course, last year they used the number 8 selection on our beloved John Robinson, one of the top, if not the top dynasty running back in the land. And man, you can just not teach that kind of speed. Here they are comparing him to Chase. Chase is a little bit bigger, I would say, but I don't know if Chase is as fast as this guy. He is. Very similar though. I gotta think Daniel Jones is very happy at this moment. Daniel Jones making all that money definitely has a chance to turn things around now. I remember what Brian Dable was able to do with Josh Allen in Buffalo, especially when they brought Stefan Diggs into the fold there. A huge turnaround for Josh Allen after year two. First 2 years of Josh Allen's career, he did not even throw for 300 yards in a single game. Uh, Barely threw for over 3,000 yards and had an atrocious completion percentage. And we all know what Josh Allen has done the last 3 years since then, 3, 4 seasons since then. Been the top fantasy quarterback 3 of those 4 seasons, second in the other season. I mean, I don't want to put those expectations on Daniel Jones. All right. But I'm just saying, this doesn't hurt. Doesn't hurt his prospects. Ooh, look at that. The kid's ready for New York. Say that. All right. Steve is going with JC Latham for the Titans. So is Hergot. Hergot's just in on a tackle as well. I got it. I gotta say they're going. They're going. Got to help Mr. Levis out. Tennessee. I am really looking forward to seeing what Levis can do this season. They got a new head coach, brought in the old offensive coordinator from Cincinnati, Bill Callahan's son, Brian. Even got Bill Callahan, old pops, to follow down to Tennessee, coach that offensive line. Tennessee's got Pollard and Tajay Spears at running back. We're looking at D Hop, Calvin Ridley, and Traylon Burks at wide receiver. Chigaquanko, Okonkwo, Okonkwo, we'll just call him Chig. Tight end. Levis is ready to Levis is ready to light it up. And we got Logan in the building. All right, Logan. Good to see you in here. Oh boy. Logan wondering what the Packers are doing. Hey, like I said earlier, Packers just pencil them in for a corner. I mean, seems like every other year the Packers are just picking a cornerback and they don't re-sign them. So then they just another first round corner. Uh, But hey, they're picking in the 20s almost every season. So how can you argue with the philosophy, right? I know a lot of Packer fans have disappointed that they don't never pick a wide receiver in the first round, but this is not the year to change that with the depth at the wide receiver position this year. Don't see it happening. Packers could go O line. That's a possibility. Lots of options there. Logan's me DeJean. Yeah. Cooper DeJean could be the first white corner. Will be first white corner in the league since the Giants Jason Sehorn. Long time ago coming for that. But DeJean is legit. Packers end up with him, they got a player. Say that. Yes. DeJean is the man. All right. Well, the pick is in for the Titans. Let's see if they go tackle. I agree with Steve's prediction there with JC Latham. Let's see if that holds true. We have not had a trade yet. Yet. Expect one to come. Now, with Minnesota sitting at 11, they don't have to trade up. Yeah, I mean, the Bears aren't gonna take a quarterback, Atlanta's not gonna take a quarterback, and the Jets probably aren't gonna take a quarterback, so Minnesota is probably fine now sitting at 11 to land J. McCarthy if they so choose. However, both the Raiders and Broncos are right behind them, and you could see them jumping the Vikings possibly. We'll see. For now, the Titans pick is in, and they decide to go with Latham. Good call, Steve. And Hergot, he said tackle too. Called fellas. This is a beast, folks. Will Levis has got to be happy. As I mentioned earlier, this is a make or break season for Will Levis. I know it's only going to be his second season in the league, but with all the talent they brought in this offseason, now a tackle, new coach. I mean, the coach did not draft Will Levis, so he came into the organization obviously knowing Will Levis is the guy. So we'll see though. If Levis doesn't have a good year, the Titans are picking in the top 10 again. Who knows? Next year is not a talent-ridden quarterback class, though. However, like this season is. Uh, Obviously, there's always outliers come out of nowhere in college, just like Jaden Daniels did this year. Joe Burrow came out of nowhere his senior year. Um, so it happens just about every year. There's a quarterback or two that pop up out of nowhere. But I think Will Levis, as long as he does a solid job, he will continue to be their quarterback. Now we move on to the Atlanta Falcons, and their pick is in. There's under 4 minutes left on the clock for the Falcons. JC Latham giving a big old bear hug to Roger Goodell there. This guy is a beast. Oof. Yikes. Good pick for the Titans. Definitely. Now we got Schefter. Oh, he's trying to say they're gonna go quarterback. Uh, I just don't see it. I think the Falcons were going defense here. I don't know. What do you guys think, real quick? If you can throw it up on the board, what you think they're going? Uh, yeah, they're talent ridden at wide receiver and tight end. They could use a number two. Steve-O and Hergot going with Dallas Turner. I agree. Seems like the popular choice. Shefty, of course, wants to go elsewhere and try and say that Penix is going to get taken here. I don't see. I mean, I don't see them taking Penix over McCarthy. I mean, they should have traded back if that's what they really want to do. But I don't know. You just brought in Kirk Cousins for 3 or 4 years. I mean, I just don't get that. But whatever. Schefter likes to throw stuff out there that doesn't really make sense sometimes. Definitely, I gotta go. I gotta agree with you guys on here. The edge guy in Dallas Turner would make sense for the Falcons for sure. plus the Bears at 9 could be looking at the same position, so maybe they wanna make sure they get their guy. There's Mr. Penix. He's a guy I really like. That guy's got a cannon. To me, he is the combination of Michael Vick's cannon was accuracy. He's got he's got the right moxie to be an NFL quarterback, and a successful one. He's got confidence. I like him. Hopefully, he gets somewhere where he can sling it around right away. There's Arthur Blank, middle of the Falcons war room. Oh boy. Come on, Goodell. See this pick. The Dirt Birds. They do need defense. They definitely improved the offense with through free agency. I agree with the offensive. I mean, the defensive. Yes, here. Let's see who it is. Would be the first defensive player taken in this 24 draft. And wow, Shefty is correct. Holy cow. That is shocking. Michael Penix Jr. at number 8 to the Atlanta Falcons. Oh, and the defensive players keep sliding down the board. Those of you who need pass rushers or corners, you're gonna get deals this year, I'm telling you. Penix Jr. going to the Falcons at number 8, ahead of McCarthy, and with Kirk Cousins in the building. That makes things interesting. What do you think out there in Dynasty Land? Where are you picking Michael Penix Jr. now? Gotta be in the first round, right? Just how late are you gonna let him slide? Oh, man. This is going to be interesting. Logan chimes in with the Jordan Love treatment. Yeah, it's, looking like that, but to take him at number 8, I mean, I know there's teams out there that need the quarterbacks, but, and and, uh, the Vikings gotta be loving this because I don't think they were looking at Penix. It seemed like they were looking at more, so they do get that extra year with Penix now by taking him in the first round. But again, pick number 8. Whee! Wow. We have our first surprise here. I mean, Joe Alt going to number 5 to the Chargers was a little surprising, but not that surprising if you consider it was Harbaugh taking it. Penix going all the way up at number 8 with Kirk Cousins in the building. Man, like I was saying just a few minutes ago, though, I love Michael Penix and the way he plays, the way he can sling the ball. Oh boy! But by the time he ends up playing, assuming that Cousins is ready for week 1, uh, by the time Penix ends up playing, who knows if Pitts and London have re-upped with the Falcons? So we'll see. Falcons planning for the future there. Yeah, high for my liking too. Boy, how it is interesting where you draft Michael Penix in dynasty draft. Oh, I mean, you got to figure that McCarthy's going to Minnesota, Las Vegas, or Denver now for sure. I gotta say you're taking McCarthy over Penix, right? Right? He's gonna get his opportunity right away. Um, we can be looking at 5 first-round quarterbacks right now, maybe 6 if Bo Nix goes in the first round. Now they're showing the injury history. Any of you saw the tweet from Michael Penix earlier this week showing his confidence in himself to NFL GMs? Basically, sum it up, he was saying, "Hey, if anything, my injuries should be confidence for you guys, showing what I've been able to overcome," and that's true. Now he has to overcome Kirk Cousins ahead of him, though. But if there's a guy to learn from, Kirk is the right guy. He's going to, he's gonna be a guy that you can just tell if any of you watched that, quarterback special on Netflix a couple years ago, tell that Cousins is gonna fill the young man with knowledge. Say that. Cousins, I don't know anybody that's gotten more out of his body. And the Bears pick is in, and they go with Roma Doomsday. Oh my goodness. Now that is a great pick for Caleb Williams. 3 stud wide receivers now for the Bears. They are loaded up on offense. Look, I think that legitimizes Caleb Williams as the official 101 in just about every Superflex quarterback dynasty draft. Where does this put you with Roma Dunze, though, now, everybody? He's got Keenan Allen and DJ Moore ahead of him in the pecking order. I will say this, Roma Dunze is a much better prospect than JSN last season, who walked into a tough wide receiver room in Seattle. Um, 'Cause Dunze is somebody who could snatch the number 1 wide receiver role in Chicago by midseason. So, I think it's gonna be tough to defend these Bears, though, that's for sure. Between Keenan Allen, DJ Moore, and now Rome Odunze in the Windy City. Woo! Bears not messing around. They don't care that they only have 4 draft picks. They're making them count. Look at the smile on that man's face. He's stoked. Well, the Bears are ready to compete in the North. Yikes. Back-to-back surprises here, I'd have to say. I mean, it's no surprise that Rome went at pick 9. I'm just a little surprised that it went to the Bears. I, for one, thought they would be trading back. Just based off of the history of this new regime in Chicago, uh, the last couple of seasons, they made their way by trading back and collecting capital. Guess they were all ready for this year to fire their shot. Don't be surprised though later on. I mean, the Bears have 2 more picks. They could easily trade back with those picks, and pick up an extra pick or 2. Plus, this year's draft is so deep everywhere that I mean, the undrafted free agent class is probably a little stronger than most years as well. Something and the Vikings swapped picks with the Jets. Their pick is in. Their pick is in. You gotta be figuring that they are jumping on JJ McCarthy here. We'll see in a few seconds. Your pick is in already. See if I can get an update on this, how they doesn't say what they had to give up. It just says that they moved up 1 spot. I wonder how much they had to give up to move up 1 spot. Jets pulling a little savvy move. You might remember a few years ago, the Niners pulled off a deal with the Bears where the Bears really wanted Mitch Trubisky. So they got the Bears into giving up a couple of first rounders to move up 1 spot. Niners probably didn't even want Mitch. Yeah, that set the Bears franchise back a couple of seasons. Hopefully, the Vikings didn't give up. Can't see it. We'll find out shortly. But back to Roma Dunze in Chicago. Just look at that Bears offense. So, who has the best offense in the NFC North now? Let's figure JJ McCarthy is slinging it for the Vikings. Caleb Williams slinging it for Chicago. You got Jordan Love, the emergence of Jared Goff in the NFC North. Wow, that is a division full of offense now. Man, which team has the best receiving core in the NFC North? What do you guys say? Who out there thinks that the Packers still have the best receiver core? How about the Vikings with JJ Addison? Hot. What about the Lions with Amon Ra and Jamo, as well as Laporta? Or is it now the Bears? Those big 3 wide receivers and Cole Kmet? Woo-wee. It's gonna be exciting watching those NFC North games. We have some action. JJ McCarthy laughing it up, looking like a boy that just got picked. Going to Minnesota. Saw a tweet earlier where he was complimenting the offensive coordinator from Minnesota. I think he liked what he had to say when they met together. We're gonna find out real soon here. It's gotta be McCarthy. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about this one. No reason other reason to move up 1 pick just to make sure that the Raiders or Broncos didn't do it. Made sure they got their guy. McCarthy is a winner, that's for sure. Beat out Sam Darnold, though, to run the show right away. See how that works out. Hmm. Interesting, interesting. The NFC North just got a whole lot stronger offensively. Back to Mel Booger and Greeny for their insight. Kevin O'Connell decides to go with they've got an entourage coming out here with Mr. Goodell for this pick. And the Vikings select. Well, let the okay. Well, let's talk JJ McCarthy. Who do you think is going to have a better rookie season? Is it going to be McCarthy or Caleb Williams? How high does McCarthy go in your rookie drafts now that he is going to the Vikings? Goal. There it is. Where do you all put JJ McCarthy now? Do you have McCarthy ahead of Drake May? He can't be ahead of Jaden Daniels. Does McCarthy jump into potentially the top 5 or 6? I mean, I gotta have him ahead of Bowers. You have him ahead of Roman Dunze, who's now in a big three-headed monster in Chicago. I gotta say McCarthy is at least pick 6. Again, don't know how big of numbers he's going to put up because he wasn't a big numbers guy in Michigan, but, it's also because the rest of his team didn't put him in situations where he had to throw it a lot in the second half. So, I mean, he missed taking into account the amount of quarters where he did not throw a single ball, you would subtract like 4 or 5 games from his total last season. So, gotta put that into perspective when you're looking at it, okay? Kid can play, and he's a winner. In the NFL, we know it's all about winning. That's how you keep your job. Just ask Justin Fields, right? Can this kid actually lead the Vikings to their first ever Super Bowl title? That is the big question. Hmm, well, I think it's an excellent pick for the Vikings. Next up, we have the Jets now, who moved one pick back. McCarthy is the second Michigan quarterback selected in the first round, other than Jim Harbaugh. Who are the Jets going with, folks? What are you guys thinking out there? Hmm? Jets going defense? Offensive line? Can't be picking a wide receiver this. They could use a number 2 wide receiver. I just don't see Brian Thomas going quite this early, but you never know. Jets have, uh Jets have taken some risky selections in the past. They're not afraid to go after the guy they want. Let's see who they decided on next here in the Birdhouse, brought to you by Choice Sports Cards. The number one choice in sports cards, whether you're buying or selling. Check out Kyle and the boys over on Whatnot. Running a live stream right now. Go buy some cards if you want. Come back into the Birdhouse. Enjoy. Who do you guys think the Jets want? Hmm? I'm going with an offensive lineman here. I mean, Aaron Rodgers played snaps last year, folks. Let's protect the guy. Plenty of plenty of time to pick a wide receiver. I know they don't have their second round pick because it went to the Packers, but even rounds 3 and 4, there's plenty of wide receivers there. But there's a lot of elite talent at offensive line in this draft. So I think they are going offensive line. Allen chiming in with Jared Verse. That's a possibility. Hergot taking Brock Bowers. Another possibility there. Wouldn't doubt it. They don't really have a tight end. I mean, Tyler Conklin's been hanging in there for the Jets the last few years. And they go with the tackle from Penn State. That's right. Good pick for the Jets, at least as far as need is concerned. We have what, our third? That's our third tackle now selected. We've gone 11 picks here in the first round, and we have yet to have a defensive player selected. Ooh, those teams wanting edge rushers or corner are just licking their chops right now. We're on pick 12 in the Denver Broncos. Mr. Sean Payton. Does he jump on Bo Nix, the next quarterback? Sixth quarterback taken in the first round has not been done since the infamous 1983 draft 41 years ago. And that was a class, let me tell you. Marino was, I believe, the last or second to last quarterback taken that year. Jim Kelly was in that draft. John Elway, of course, went number one. Ooh, that was one quarterback class. If this quarterback class comes anywhere near to that, I guarantee those franchises who selected quarterbacks this year will be happy. There's the new Jet lineman coming over from Penn State. Ooh, Alan asking a question here. Do you think Rome's value rose or fell by being drafted to the Bears? Probably a really good passing offense, but a lot of competition for targets. Well, I can answer that. I do believe, for one, the Bears' overall targets in general are going to skyrocket versus last season. Now, it is a rookie quarterback, so it's hard to say how many times they'll actually throw the ball with a rookie. But Caleb Williams was not brought in to be running the ball around like Justin Fields. It's going to be an absolutely different offense you're going to see from the Bears this year. Take that into consideration with the fact that Keenan Allen was brought in basically on just a 1 year deal. So I'm not exactly sure of the terms on DJ Moore's contract, but I could easily see with the talent Roma Dunze has that he is, you know, the number one, if not the 1B going into next season. I don't know that Keenan Allen will be back in Chicago next season. So uh, I if you're asking where he should be picked now, Rome, I would say Rome is probably the 107. Okay. Shout out to my wife, Andrea, for tuning in. Yes. I'm going to go ahead and say Rome is 107 now. I still love the talent that Adunze has, and I think this is gonna be a much more explosive Chicago offense, and I I do love the prospect for him still. I mean, is his rookie season going to be as explosive as Neighbors or Marv? No. All right. Both of those guys walked into spots where they're walking in as the number one the second they get in the door. Right? Yes. I mean, yes, he's coming in the door as probably the number three. Okay, but you got to understand, like, um, Rome can play inside and outside, so he'll have no problem fitting in as the slot guy for Caleb Williams, and he also can go deep. Penix can deep all the time. Caleb Williams, with the style that he plays sort of a playground style back there. Yeah, I think that he's going to thrive. That he's coming into the league together, and I think that it could be a very good match with them as far as career wise goes. They could be together for the next 10 years, right? So we're gonna move on now. We've got the Broncos, right? At pick number 12. Their pick is in. Again, Penix is already off the board, so he's out of the question. Bo Nix is the guy who I thought would fit in very well with Peyton's system. He reminds me of Drew Brees a little. He's great on the underneath routes, not as good on the deep balls, but in Sean Payton's system, I think that Bo Nix fits in well. Hi, honey. Hey, buddy. Come down and say hi quick. How'd practice go? Okay. Yeah, team man, everybody. Say hi. Just got home from AU practice. Good job, pal. All right. You go upstairs, turn the volume down, or turn the volume down if you're down here. Okay, I have it feedback. Okay. All right. Sleep well, buddy. Okay. Now we're live in the draft room with the homeroom with Bo Nix. Is he the selection for Sean Payton? Gotta say, Sean Payton is definitely not my favorite person in the world, being a Bucks fan. However, I do respect the hell out of the guy. So he knows what he's doing. Obviously, things did not work out well with Russell Wilson, and they're going to be eating it this year. They're probably going to have another high draft pick next season. So, yeah, there isn't a whole lot of expectations going into this season for this Broncos franchise. I think that they can definitely take the risk on Bo Nix, and if they want to, they're going to probably have to right here because Las Vegas is breathing down their back with the next pick, and just about any team that needs a quarterback could trade up now at this point for Nix, being that the top 5 quarterbacks have already been selected. So if the Broncos want him, they're gonna have to take him here. Otherwise, and maybe they could look at Spencer Rattler in the next. Oh, there it is. Bo Nix to the Denver Broncos. We have 6 quarterbacks in the first round of the 2024 NFL draft. 12 straight offensive players to start this draft. This is a dynasty feast, folks. Never seen this before. You may never see this again. Alan mentioning Spencer Rattler. Is Rattler going to go at the end of this first round? Oh boy, he definitely didn't disappoint in the combine. And Rattler was the number one overall prospect when he came into college to Oklahoma. You all may know got overtaken by Caleb Williams. Lincoln Riley was there in Oklahoma. Lincoln Riley recruited Caleb Williams out of Washington area high school, and then Caleb Williams followed him to USC. But Spencer Rattler transferred, went to South Carolina, had a couple of good seasons the last 2 years with the Gamecocks, and he now is probably he's got to be the top quarterback left. Um, I don't think we'll see him get taken in the first round, though. That'll be my maybe somebody trades up to, pick 30, 31, or 32 just so they get that extra year with him. I don't know that Spencer Rattler is somebody that's ready to go day one. Like any of these six quarterbacks could play day one. Michael Penix is obviously going to have to wait his turn, but you know, these other guys, even Bo Nix, could be starting week one. All right. Are we finally going to see a defensive player taken by the Raiders here? No. Hours 13. That is shocking with Michael Mayer already in the building with the Raiders. Raiders did not care. They just went BPA, best player available. Brock Bowers, the super stud tight end out of Georgia. This guy has had NFL scouts drooling from his freshman year at Georgia, where he blew up, put up monster numbers as a freshman, almost 900 yards, double-digit touchdowns as a freshman at Georgia, and NFL scouts could not wait for this guy to come to the NFL. Wow. Well, the Raiders are gonna be running a lot of 12 personnel, 'cause this guy is ready to play from day one. He has all the tools you want out of a tight end. He can block, he can run routes, he can do it all. Next up, we have the Saints. The Saints could go wide receiver. Otherwise, I can see them going defense. Defensively, they could go edge or corner. We'll see. New Orleans has always been a team that's been willing to wheel and deal on draft day. See them even making a trade for sure. Indy no longer can get Brock Bowers now. Steve-O saying Aiden O'Connell's stock gonna rise. Well, it's gonna be either AOC or Gardner Minshew running the show for the Raiders this season now. And both of them gotta love Brock Bowers coming into the building. Thoughts on Magic Cavs game 3? I'm not going to be watching it. That's my thoughts. All right. Don't think that either team can beat the Celtics next round, so it doesn't matter that much to me right now. Oh, I see the Magic won by 45. Okay. Well, I know that the Bucks were up by a ton of points in game 1, and that really didn't matter game 2. So it's nice they won by 45, but none of those points count for the next game. Postseason, W is a W. Back to football. Now, we have the New Orleans Saints coming up. Let's hear your guesses. What position do the New Orleans Saints take? Honestly, the team has been depleted over the past few seasons based on their salary cap issues, going back to the Drew Brees era and them kicking the can down the road year after year after year. So, what do the Saints do? What position do you guys out there think they're going to take? Allen's going D-line or corner, so he's going defense, predicting the Saints will get the top defensive player here in this 2024 NFL draft at pick number 14. Oh, Mark says Bowers is a horrible pick for the Raiders. Well, sometimes teams pick best player available. They don't go with need. All right. I mean, the the fact is that Bowers, like Alan says, Bowers was an incredible value. I mean, most drafts, Bowers would have been a top 5 pick, okay? This year, it was just completely littered with quarterbacks and wide receiver talent. Obviously, we haven't had a defensive player pick yet, and we're on pick 14. Never happened before in the NFL draft. We're well on our way to a record-setting offensive number of offensive players taken this year. Uh, wow, this is just tons of fun here tonight in the Birdhouse, brought to you by Choice Sports Cards, your number one choice for buying and selling sports cards. Check out Kyle and the guys on Whatnot. I'm sure he's having a great time as well. Couldn't have hurt Rock Bowers cards, that's for sure. All these quarterbacks enjoying it too. All right. Who do you guys see? How about this? Who do you guys see as the next wide receiver taken? All right. We're all excited about these wide receivers in this 24 draft. Is it going to be Brian Thomas? Is there a different player? Do you think it's Xavier Worthy? His speed? What do you guys say? When do I think the wide receiver run starts? It could start right here, Alan. Could start right here. The Saints and Colts both could use solid wide receiver choose, and either Xavier Worthy or Brian Thomas would fit in with that offense, those offensive schemes perfectly. Um, so I would not be shocked, honestly, at this point, if Thomas and Xavier Worthy went back to back here. Either one. If it doesn't happen here, I don't see. I mean, Seattle's not going to take a wide receiver, but after that, we have Jacksonville and Cincinnati. Either of those teams can take a wide receiver. So I think that the wide receiver run will start. I got to pick a time. I'm going to guess it will start before pick 20. You could have teams then trading up that are in the 20s to pick earlier and get their guy that they want because you do have sort of with Brian Thomas, Xavier Worthy, and AD Mitchell, you have some extreme talent there. The next level of wide receivers probably drops from. Now, the next receivers like Lad McConkey, Keon Coleman, uh, they they do have the possibility to produce as well. So fantasy wise, I don't think that it really matters. But as far as when the receivers start getting picked here, it could happen real quick, real quick. Like I said, we have Jacksonville, Cincinnati, the Rams, and Pittsburgh coming up, all of which could go wide receiver for sure. This has been such an exciting draft. Nothing but offense so far. Couldn't ask for anything more. All of those IDP leagues out there, which I am not a part of a single one. Feel bad for you, but hey, well. So Alan saying I want 80 to go to an offense with an elite QB because I think his development is much more situation dependent. Absolutely. I think that 80 Mitchell will fit in great with a lot of these teams coming up because now we're getting into the higher end teams that missed the playoffs and then the playoff caliber teams from last season. And so most of those teams' quarterback situations are pretty stable, meaning that AD, if he does go in the first round, will get should get a solid quarterback that will be tossing it to him. And here it is. The Saints pick is in. Hope it's not wide receiver as a Bucs fan. And it's not, but it's a tackle. So we have another offensive player. Fourth tackle taken in this 2024 draft. Just keeps coming. Oh boy. There he is. Now, next up, we have the Indianapolis Colts. And the Colts, some have projected taking wide receiver. Some were hoping Brock Bowers would fall to them. Didn't happen. Of course, they extended Michael Pittman this offseason, but is Josh Downs the answer at number 2 for them? They also have Alec Pierce in the building. So, do they wanna go wide receiver or not? I could see them going in a different direction, maybe finally get a defensive player. Definitely see Seattle. Seattle's been completely rumored to take, an edge rusher in all mocks I've seen. Uh, we should get at least a defensive player taken by next pick. What do you guys think out there? Who are you going with for the Indianapolis Colts? Hmm, they're showing the new Saints offensive lineman here. All right. Colts got to go defense, says Allen. All right. Well, here's another question. Is anybody going to trade up into these picks for a defensive player that's been sliding? I mean, most of the box I saw had like 7 or 8 offensive guys going in the top 10, but we at least had, an edge rusher and a corner going at the end of the 10. So those guys have slid at least 6 or 7 picks here. Gotta like the value at defense though for the Colts with this pick. Yes, I agree, Alan. Seattle is just licking their chops. They're getting their choice if they want to for an edge rusher. All right. So, Alan, who is your pick? Saying there's too much value at defense to pass up here. Who do you think they're going to take? Here's the Dallas Turner edge from Alabama. Is Mel Kiper's top guy? Latu, the edge from UCLA, dominated at the Senior Bowl. We've got Cooper DeJean in the corner from Iowa. Ryan Thomas, receiver out of LSU. Allen's going maybe Byron Murphy. Okay. Well, let's see. Colts are down to 3 minutes on the clock. So we are almost halfway through this 2024 NFL first round and have yet to see a defensive player for this boy, Dallas Turner, monster for Crimson Tide. Definitely could see him going right here. Wouldn't be shocked if the Colts took an offensive lineman. Like I said, this draft is just littered with the first round. Oh, you think the NFC North gonna be the best division in football for the next, like, 5 years? Well, at least offensively, they could be. It all comes down to the development of Caleb Williams and JJ McCarthy. If they're both the real deal, well, then, I mean, Jordan Love's extremely young. Jared Goff has played well enough definitely to get an extension in Detroit. I don't see the Lions going anywhere. So, as far as offense goes, boy, teams in the North are gonna wanna be picking some defensive players in the next few years. I don't know. I don't know that any of these teams in the North have the cornerbacks to stop wide receivers in that division now. I mean, just 2 years ago, the Bears were looking at Darnell Mooney as their wide receiver 1. It's no wonder Justin Fields couldn't do anything. Alright, the pick is in for your Indianapolis Colts. Let's see if we finally have a defensive player. Here's the Colts war room. They all seem pretty relaxed and comfy with their selection. Definitely not the high fives going around like there was with the Bears war room, but, we've got some cheeseheads out there in the Motor City. Green Bay, of course, will host the 2025 NFL Draft. Should be interesting to see how far away people have to get hotel rooms. Green Bay area, gotta imagine every single hotel is already blocked off for next April, last week in April. You should go to it and live stream like a oh, Alan, I'm totally planning on being there next year. Yes, that is absolutely the goal, being there live, 2025 NFL Draft from Green Bay, Wisconsin. And looks like we finally have a defensive player taken. It is Latu, the edge from UCLA. So the Colts get their defensive guy. Gotta be happy that he fell this far. And we finally have a defensive player off the board. All right. Now we come to the Seattle Seahawks. And I fully expect them also to go defense here. Probably an edge guy. I could see Jared Verse, maybe Dallas Turner. Either of those 2 guys would be my predictions for the Seahawks. All right. Hmm. Yeah, you're showing Latu highlights. Wasn't even blocked in that. What was Colorado doing? Here he wasn't blocked either. Wow. Let's show some highlights of him getting around a player at least. Here we go. Here he fights through the okay. That's why he's a first rounder. Okay. So we all a consensus now out there that Brian Thomas will be the next offensive player, or at least skill player taken. Maybe it's Xavier Worthy. coming up, we will select the next wide receiver. How about that question? Is it going to be Jacksonville, Cincinnati, the Rams, or Steelers? How about that? Definitely don't see Seattle taking one. So is it going to be Jacksonville, Cincinnati, Rams, or Steelers taking a wide receiver? Or none of them? Will be later. What do you guys out there think? For me, I am going to say that it will be hmm, I'm gonna say I think it'll be if I gotta pick one of the four, I'm gonna say the Steelers. Okay. Honestly, I can see all of them passing on it. Unless Cincinnati trades Higgins, of course. We'll see. That would really set things afire. Bengals trade Higgins, pick Brian Thomas, move on. Interesting to see. How about this? Do any of you think that Higgins or Ayuk will get traded? All right. Heavy rumors on both of them getting traded. But is it going to actually happen? Or are both of them just going to play the 2024 season? Allen thinks both will be traded. How about the rest of you out there? I'm going to guess one of them will get traded. I think it'll be Ayuk. I think that T. Higgins and Joe Burrow, even with Chase there, they've developed such a nice rapport that Cincinnati is going to try and keep Higgins as long as they can, try and work something out with him. So I think that I just think that Cincinnati will try and keep Higgins. Niners, on the other hand, are a franchise that's likes to deal, likes to manipulate the cap. They like to take their linemen in the first round. But of course, if they trade Ayuk, I think the holdup there is they're wanting a first rounder for him. I don't know that they can pull that off with when you take into consideration the amount of money that the new team taking on Ayuk is going to have to pay him. I don't know that they're also going to be willing to give up a first rounder on top of that. Uh, so we'll see. Maybe for each other. Yeah, that would be that's not going to happen. That'd be funny. Oh, so who do you guys think is going to take the next wide receiver? Likely Brian Thomas or Xavier Worthy. Man, I'm still having a hard time getting over all six quarterbacks getting taken in the top 12 picks. Just goes to show you the value of the quarterback position in the NFL. At six, all six have gone in the top 12. It also goes to show you how teams are valuing the quarterback class in 2025. They're all willing to jump. I mean, Michael Penix and Bo Nix both had awesome seasons last year in college, but the fact that both of them went in the top 12 uh, is surprising. Okay, most of them, both of them were projected to go anywhere from picks 6 to like 40, and uh, Penix, of course, went at 8, and Bo Nix went at 12. Hugo says 20 or 21 will be the next wide receiver. So that would be the Steelers or forget who picks at 21. Allen predicts a run on defense here. Quick. Yeah. probably the case. I'll check the draft tracker here. Um, Pick 21 is the Miami Dolphins. Now, the Dolphins were bold enough to take Xavier Worthy. So, Steve, you going with Xavier Worthy to the Dolphins? You thinking? God, gotta love that. Oof. Wouldn't be shocked right now, the way things have gone. Honestly, at this point, I'd almost be surprised if they didn't take Worthy. I mean, put it in the reality is in today's NFL, you need 3 wide receivers, okay? And, so the Dolphins are sitting on, of course, Tyreek and Jalen Waddle. Um, Jalen Waddle uh, has not been extended yet, I don't believe. Tyreek Hill, of course, has already said that he was only going into last season, he said he was only gonna play 3 more years, meaning that he'd only have 2 more years left if that was to be the case. So, um, so Xavier Worthy would make sense in that regard. Now, the question is, does he last to pick 21 for the Dolphins? Of course, you got a bunch of teams in the 20s, such as the Bills and Chiefs possibly, all looking for wide receivers. You could easily see any of those teams trying to trade up right now. We've got the Seahawks. They're saying the pick is in. So let's go see let's see which defensive player the Seahawks decided to grab. And did they really go to a commercial? Come on. Come on. Really? Alan saying that it's rather. I don't believe that, but it's hard to believe anything at this time, this rate, as far as what offensive players are being selected. But we do know that the Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock. So here it comes. Byron Murphy. There we go. The top D tackle in this draft goes to the Seahawks. As expected, they go defense. And we move on to our thoughts on the Jacksonville Jaguars. Now, the Jaguars lost Calvin Ridley to the Titans this offseason. Opens up a hole at wide receiver. Now, do they decide to go after that, or do they think they're okay for now, at least, with Christian Kirk and Zay Jones? Who else? They got Parker Washington and Evan Ingram, of course, and his zillion targets are still there. So don't know that they're going to go wide receiver, but I definitely wouldn't be shocked if it is indeed Brian Thomas here. Like the Vikings on the clock. They made a trade with the Jaguars. We'll find out what that is shortly. Interesting. So, breaking news in Atlanta was that Cousins was not given the heads up that the Falcons would be taking Michael Penix Jr. Interesting stuff there in Atlanta. Not exactly something you want to be doing to your new quarterback. Um, Much like Aaron Rodgers not being given the heads up they were going to draft Jordan Love in the first round years ago. Mm. Mhm. Interesting down in Atlanta. Well, pick for the Vikings, so they were all over whoever whoever they're going after here. Uh, I think they were thinking defense. They probably moved up from pick 23 to grab this guy. Is it I mean, is it possible they're taking Brian Thomas? That would be something for McCarthy. I mean, they've already got Jefferson and Addison. Of course, Justin Jefferson now due for a big payday, especially with Amon-Ra St. Brown just getting a massive deal with the Lions. Are the Vikings sure they can pay him? Maybe they're hedging their bets right now. They're gonna take Brian Thomas. Is it? Vikings go with it's Dallas' turn. So the Vikings jumped up 6 picks to grab Dallas Turner, somebody who had been possibly projected in the top 10, falls all the way down to 17, and the Vikings jump up and snap him up happily. The Vikings making moves in this draft, very subtle, making sure they go get their guys. They grab JJ McCarthy at 10 and Dallas Turner at 17. Vikings probably look at it as though they wanted both of those guys, and now they kind of fell into their laps. Not necessarily fell into their laps, they had to make slight moves up. Uh, Considering what some had talked about the Vikings having to do or having to give up, move up to pick number 4 possibly to take McCarthy, definitely didn't have to do that. They just had to move up 1 pick to grab McCarthy at 10, and now Dallas Turner, probably somebody that's looking at possibly taking at pick 11, now falling to 17. This helps defer the loss of the trade to the Texans. They traded Hunter to the Texans this offseason and now replace him with Dallas Turner from Alabama on, on the edge. All right, now we are on to the Cincinnati Bengals. Colin, you still out there? Who are your Bengals going to take? Hmm? Let's hear it. Are you going to hedge losing T. Higgins, maybe just T. Higgins and draft Brian Thomas here and go 3 studs? That would be interesting. Sure, Joe Burrow wouldn't mind that. Are they playing linemen still available? Bengals just going to draft a lineman to help keep Burrow upright. Burrow, of course, missed a bunch of last season with another injury. So Joe Burrow has obviously missed a lot of time since being drafted in Cincinnati due to injury. So I think the best route for Cincinnati to go with all of the talent at tackle, gotta go lineman here. Not just tackle, but interior line too. So any lineman really for the Bengals. Gotta be honest, I can't say which one I got. I'd say they need more, whether it's tackle or interior line. Higgins and Brian Thomas Jr. overlap too much, doesn't make much. True, but teams do look at big-bodied slot guys sometimes. I remember the Pittsburgh Steelers when they had Martavis Bryant. They also had one other big guy too there with so Antonio Brown was there, had Bryant, and they had another wide receiver. I can't remember. Maybe it was just Juju, I think. But anyway, I yeah, I don't think that the Bengals right now are going to go wide receiver. I think that they will be going that'll be projection at least. But with the way this draft's gone, could be anything. Wouldn't shock me right now. I don't think they're going to go quarterback though. I think Spencer Rattler's safe. All right. Um, so Steve said picks 20 or 21. Yes, he's predicting the Dolphins, man. That would be something if Xavier Worthy goes to the Dolphins and they literally have three wide receivers with 4.3 speed or better. I mean, try and guard that. Sauce Gardner can't guard all three of them. Do the Bills jump up? What do you guys think? Do the Bills just stand pat at pick 28? I believe they're at. Do they move up? Brian Thomas would look good in Buffalo. That's for sure. Same token, so would Xavier Worthy or AD Mitchell. So the Bills think that they're fine with one of those three. I think that they would just, yeah, too many good receivers to waste assets. I agree. I don't see Brian Thomas honestly as much different than AD Mitchell. Obviously, Thomas put up bigger numbers than AD Mitchell last season. However, if taken consideration the quarterbacks those guys were passes from, you know, Brian Thomas was catching balls from the Heisman Trophy winner, and AD Mitchell was coming into a new situation in Texas, transferring from Georgia to Texas, and he also catching passes from Quinn Ewers, so not on the level of Jaden Daniels. I saw the comparison of Troy Franklin to AD Mitchell and had those two swapped universities. Put AD Mitchell in Oregon in that offense, he would have definitely put up numbers like Troy Franklin this past season. Also consider the fact that AD Mitchell was sort of battling for targets with Xavier Worthy. Take that into consideration. I mean, Texas wasn't as pass happy as Oregon or LSU. Yeah, Mel's best available on the big board. He's got Troy Tanu, the guard from Washington, and Graham Barton, center from Duke. I don't know that Cincinnati needs a center, but I could see them taking the guard from Washington. Either way, there it is, Jacksonville at pick 23. So they moved back 6 spots. Interesting to see what else they got on top of that to move back 6 spots with the Vikings. But I do like the trade for the Vikings, getting their guy. that they probably were looking at maybe taking at pick 11. They got him all the way down at pick 17. So Vikings probably were happy to do that. What are we looking at with the Bengals? Their pick is in. Next up, we've got the Rams. So, who do they got announcing this pick? Just the man. Okay. Number one on Mel's board is the guard from Washington. Is this the Bengals take? And they go tackle. They take Amarius Mims, the tackle from Georgia. The Bulldog goes. There he is with his family. Oh, these are the moments you love to see. This is why the NFL draft is special to watch. You know, these guys work so hard through starting in grade school all the way through high school, and now they get to see their dream come true and hopefully become studs in the NFL. Boy, 6'7", 3/4. Look at this monster. Yeah. I think Cincinnati definitely did the right thing here. That was a good choice for him. Here he is out in open space. Big reason for the Bulldogs' success over the last few seasons. All right, now we're moving on to the LA Rams. The Rams, could they go wide receiver? Well, the Rams are sitting on Cooper Kupp still, and of course the emergence of Puka Nacua. They snapped up in the fifth round. I know that they need to grab a wide receiver. Of course, like I said, I mean, everybody in the NFL pretty much needs three wide receivers these days, so it wouldn't be shocking. But you see the Rams going elsewhere. Their defense is obvious. How do you replace a guy like Aaron Donald, who retired this offseason? Aaron Donald, honestly, one of the best players I've ever seen in the NFL. He's right up there with all the monster D linemen I've watched in my time. Let's see. Go, gotta keep Burrow on his feet. Injury's been the only reason Burrow is seen as that top tier. Yes. Got to agree there, Alan. I mean, time missed. You look at the top three guys right now at quarterback. In my mind, it'd be Allen, Mahomes, and you know, those three guys have definitely not missed anywhere near the amount of time that Joe Burrow has. So again, it's a great selection for the Cincinnati Bengals. Just what they needed. All right. Now we get to the LA Rams, who are showing now their last first round pick they actually have taken was none other than Jared Goff in the 2016 NFL draft at the top, number one overall. This will now be the Rams' first round selection since. So, who do they take? Are they grabbing a defensive player to help try and replace Aaron Donald in Hollywood, or are they going on the offensive end of the ball? Looks like they're happy. We're on the phone with right now. Draft watch party there out on what is that, Malibu Beach? Down to minute 30 left are the Rams. And the pick is in for the Rams. So, who are they looking at? They've made their choice. Got to be going defense here, I think. I mean, just look at that 8-time first team All Pro. Aaron Donald, be a surefire first ballot Hall of Famer. Super Bowl champ, made the big play, of course, against the Bengals in that Super Bowl at the very end. The Bengals were driving. Let's see who they go with. Here we got some Rams fans traveling all the way from LA. Rams are in an interesting spot. They've got Matt Stafford on his last legs there. I don't know that they're really going to be picking a quarterback now, but definitely not with this pick. But I mean, I guess they could see them taking Spencer Rattler in the second round. They of course took uh, Stetson Bennett from Georgia last season. I don't know if they see him as the heir apparent anymore. Um, and looks like Rams going to go with, here's Goodell now for the final. Here we have the news on the trade. Vikings got pick 17. Jaguars got pick 23. Their fifth round, 25 third round, and 25 fourth round. Wow. A lot to give up to move up 6 spots, but it is in the first round to give up 3 future picks, third, fourth, and fifth rounder altogether. Move up and get their guy. Like I said, they did need a guy to replace Hunter, went to the The LA Rams go Jared Verse of the Florida State University. Just a stud lineman. The Seminoles fan. I do watch the majority of their games. This guy was a just game wrecker. As you can see there, him sacking Jaden Daniels. Seminoles defense did a top-notch job against the LSU Tigers last season. Of course, they had undefeated season that somehow did not get into the college football playoff, something that won't be a problem this year with the college football playoff expansion. So we should never see anything like that happening again. But as far as verse goes, again, this guy is a real game wrecker. He came back his senior year just to play with the Seminoles, and he is a beast. I don't know that he will be on the level of Aaron Donald, but they got their man. And another defensive player that in most drafts would have gone top 10. However, with this uh, heavily laden, offensively talented draft this year, he falls to pick 19 for the LA Rams. And moving on, now we come to the 6-time party champion Pittsburgh Steelers. Do the Steelers go wide receiver? Well, they of course traded away Deontay Johnson to the Carolina Panthers. There to hopefully help Bryce Young out. Do the Steelers now with Arthur Smith running the offense? Do they go wide receiver in the first round? I don't know. Steelers have always generally gone defense in the first round. So I, knowing the Steelers, I don't know what linebacker, if there's any, but I would see them going edge rusher or cornerback. That is my bet on the Steelers, unless it is Brian Thomas. But Brian Thomas, I don't know. To me, Brian Thomas and George Pickens are two very similar players. I just don't see it fitting the scheme that they want to run now. Pittsburgh um, definitely would help out Russell Wilson and or Justin Fields, whoever is behind center this season for the Steelers. That's still definitely up in the air. Uh, so they already sort of they've definitely revamped the quarterback room, revamped the play caller. Still have a loaded running back room with Najee Harris and Jalen Warren. Still have George Pickens and Pat Fryermuth. Um, so they have the similar weapons that Arthur Smith had last season in Atlanta with Drake London and Kyle Pitts. They've got, Pickens and Fryermuth. Fryermuth isn't on the talent level of Pitts, but still a solid tight end. Uh, so Steelers definitely do not tend to waste early draft capital on linemen. So I don't think that they'll pick an offensive lineman here. I just see the Steelers going defense, going back to their roots, and again, either taking pass rusher or corner. They like to keep the stable stocked on defense. Cannot blame them when you're going up against the offensive arsenal in that division with the Ravens offense, the Bengals offense, and the Browns offense being no slouch either. So let's see here. Hmm. What do you guys think the Steelers are going with? Hmm. What do you say out there? We are at pick 20. We got the Dolphins coming up at pick 21. Steve-O out there thinks they're going Xavier Worthy. That would be fire. Uh, love to see that. Dynasty land, nothing more exciting than players getting drafted on draft night. Hmm, gotta love it. So I'm all for Xavier Worthy going to the Dolphins. I can see AD Mitchell definitely now almost almost certainly falling to the Bills at 28. Um, it's a definite possibility for them. Again, I don't know that they need to waste any draft capital to move up. Still got any of those three wide receivers for the Bills in Brian Thomas, Xavier Worthy, or AD Mitchell would be great picks for them. Here they're showing the Steelers quarterback room with Russell Wilson and Justin Fields. Uh, Fields, of course, coming over from the Bears for a conditional sixth rounder. Bears giving up on Fields, going the Caleb Williams route. Very interesting situation they found themselves in. Of course, getting the Panthers first rounder in last year's draft. Then the Panthers having the worst record of the year last year in the NFL. So Bears had the number one pick and were able to just let go of Justin Fields for next to nothing. Here we go. We've got the pick in for the Steelers. Dell is at the podium. And they have Cam Hayward to do the honors for the Steelers. Pillar of that defense. I expect them to announce a defensive player here. Cam Hayward, of course, the son of Craig Ironhead Hayward, big time running back for the New Orleans Saints back in the 90s. Had a stellar career for the Steelers. Been the heart and soul of that defense for years now. TJ Watt. So let's go, Cam. Who are you guys taking? And the Steelers go offensive lineman. They grab the guard out of Washington, Troy Fautanu. Fautanen. Fautanen. All right. So the Steelers went away from what I thought they were going to take a defensive player. They went offensive line to help out their new offense. Not shocked by any means. So they are looking to pound the rock. Got a solid guard for them. Looks like he played a little tackle at Washington there. He was lined up at, yeah, he's lined up at tackle again. So, versatile lineman, and course, had a successful season there last year in Washington. This is now the third first rounder from the University of Washington to go in this draft, along with Michael Penix and Roma Dunze, who earlier went back to back. Penix was a surprise pick for the Atlanta Falcons. Then Adunze went to join the three-headed monster wide receiver room they now have in Chicago. Should be exciting there. Now Fountain goes to the Steel City. And now we have Miami Dolphins on the clock. The Dolphins, of course, very explosive offense with tons of speed with Devon Achane, uh, Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, Mostert, all all to go along with Tagovailoa. Now, the pick is in for the Dolphins. Is Steve correct? Do they go Xavier Worthy? Or are they looking somewhere else? Maybe grab a defensive player that's fallen here? We'll find out coming up. Alan doubts they go Worthy. It's too predictable. Yes, probably is, but again, this this year's draft is just littered with offensive talent, and nothing wrong with going with your strength, just to stay strong at that position. Again, Tyreek Hill's got, according to him, only 2 seasons left. Jalen Waddle hasn't gotten an extension yet, to my knowledge. So we'll see what the Dolphins decide to do. Is in. Let me check my phone here if it shows. Ooh, no, nope, not yet. Okay, so I have to wait for the commissioner to announce it. Yes. All right, we've got time for a break. I'll be right back. Mhm. Oh. And we're back. All right. Thanks for staying with me. I got to keep a lot of fluids going to keep my voice going during this. So I appreciate it. Love you guys out there staying tuned. Again, next season, the goal is to be live from the 2025 NFL draft in Lambeau Field. And should be good things. But that's a whole year away. Right now, we're in the 2024 NFL draft, and we've got a ton of offense being selected so far. We've had three wide receivers, six quarterbacks, and a tight end, 10 skill players already, just 20 picks into the NFL draft. Had what, four or five tackles and a guard. So we've got 16 or 17 offensive players already selected. Oh, this is just nuts. All right. Well, Alan, out there, you think it's too obvious they take Xavier Worthy? Who do you think they're going to take? Mel's best available is Cooper DeJean, the corner out of Iowa. Next up, he's got the two wide receivers, Thomas and Xavier Worthy. So, what do the Dolphins do? Gotta say, it's almost too obvious, but Xavier Worthy's got to be my pick. I think Steve's right. So, Dolphins notable defensive departures, and there is a ton of them. Well, looks maybe like with all those departures, it's possible they go corner. I think two other top three corners left. So, pick is in, and for the fireworks show down in Miami, the Dolphins decide to go with Chop Robinson, one of the top edge rushers out of Penn State. One of the guys I was hoping maybe fell to my Buccaneers. Well, he's gone now. Pick 21 to the Miami Dolphins. They leave Xavier Worthy on the board for the rest of the league. This first round. And we move on now to the Philadelphia Eagles, who earlier tonight announced the extension to A.J. Brown, giving Jalen Hurts another 3 years of AJB, along with Devontae Smith, who earlier this week signed an extension. So they are pretty well set at wide receiver, though again, they could go with a third wideout. As I mentioned, today's NFL, teams need three wide receivers. Being that I think it's at least 70% of sets offensively are three wide. Uh, the Eagles, I know, lost Quez Watkins, who was their number three wideout last year. He went over to Pittsburgh this offseason. Not that Quez Watkins was anything extremely spectacular, but he did fill that role well of drawing the defense. He ran the fly pattern so that AJB could run his slant routes over the middle. And Devonta Smith could operate on the other outside and do what he does best. So now we're at the Eagles. Who do you guys think out there that the Eagles are going to take? Eagles have had a very exciting offense over the last few seasons. Struggled late last year. Didn't show up at all against Tampa in the playoffs. My good life, of course, but Alan, praying it's not one of my favorite. But yeah, I think pretty much all the fantasy community is praying it's not a wide receiver here. Just about any other landing spot would be better. Philadelphia, fantasy-wise, definitely wouldn't hurt Jalen Hurts if they added a wide receiver here, but I kinda doubt it. Eagles traditionally have gone in the trenches in the first round, except when they did pick, wide receiver Devonta Smith a few years ago. So my guess is the Eagles go back to their roots and do go either lineman on the offensive or defensive side of the ball here. Maybe they go corner because there's a couple of solid ones available. We're looking into the Eagles war room right now. Owner Jeff Lurie there, that nobody likes. Quinyon Mitchell, the Toledo corner, one of the top corners in this draft. He's getting antsy, looking for his name to be called. Would be surprised if it is right here. All right, where are they going? Another corner from Alabama. They're showing here. Think they're think they're liking the chances of the Eagles taking a corner. Another corner, Clemson, Nate Wiggins. He's ready to go. Maybe it is him. He's looking smile, all smiles. There's the Eagle faithful. Of course, the enemies of all the league, the Eagles fans. Not exactly the nicest fan base out there, but gotta respect their loyalty for sure. All right. Everybody's standing in the Eagles war room. They're happy with the pick. Eagles didn't have to move around for this draft pick this year. Stayed pat at 22. And who did they decide to go with? Eagles. Rough go second half of last season. They decided to replace their offensive coordinator. Went with Kellen Moore, who was longtime offensive coordinator in Dallas. Spent last season with the LA Chargers. Wasn't all that successful in LA. Took his talents now to Philadelphia to hopefully resurrect that Eagles offense back to the level of the 2022 season, where it took them to the Super Bowl in just inches of getting the Lombardi in that 2022 season. But of course, they lost by a field goal to the Chiefs, first of their back-to-back Super Bowl titles. Now that the Chiefs are looking to go three in a row, something that has never been done in the Lombardi era. So the Eagles pick is in, and Mr. Goodell is making his way to the podium. Who did Philadelphia decide to take? Goodell announcing, of course, that the NFL has decided to completely gone global. Next season. They're gonna start off the season with their first game in Brazil against the Green Bay Packers. Should be fun for all of us fans. Their, of course, opening night will likely be in Kansas City. They haven't announced the schedule yet, other than this game uh, being on Friday night opening in Brazil. Again, it'll be the Packers taking on the Eagles down in Brazil, down in, Sao Paulo, I believe it is. 3 hours and 45 minutes into this stream. Thank you all out there for joining. It's been fun so far. Still have 10 picks to go. Jordan Mailata announcing the pick, and it is Quinyon Mitchell, the corner out of Toledo, falling into the laps of the Eagles. Quinyon mocked to go in the top 15 by many, and he falls into the laps of the Eagles, who are very happy to grab that corner. All right. Next up, we have the Jacksonville Jaguars, who traded back from pick 17 with the Minnesota Vikings, who moved up to grab edge rusher. Now the Jaguars are on the clock. They are at 5 minutes left. Where the Jaguars looking? Again, we talked earlier when they were at pick 17 before they traded it. They have for pass catchers right now, they're sitting on Christian Kirk still. Calvin Ridley left for Tennessee this offseason, so sitting on Kirk. And the other incumbents were Zay Jones and Parker Washington. And then there's still Evan Ingram at tight end for Trevor Lawrence. We'll see. Do they decide to go with Brian Thomas? A number of people thought this was a possibility here to Jacksonville. Uh, wouldn't mind it for Thomas or any other wide receiver for that fact. Trevor Lawrence definitely has it in him to throw it over 600 times a season. We're looking for targets ultimately for these wide receivers coming up in this range. And it's tough to separate them right now as far as who should get picked over who. Landing spot is ultimately super important for these guys. That Buffalo and Kansas City are the ideal landing spots coming up here. Jacksonville is not a bad one, though. Quinyon Mitchell picking off a pass at the Senior Bowl in front of Brendan Rice, Jerry Rice's kid. Um, back to Jacksonville. Their pick is in. Do do they end up going wide receiver here, Jack? That is the question. Mel Kiper's top available are Cooper DeJean from Iowa, then two receivers, Brian Thomas and Xavier Worthy. So they would fall in line for them to take Brian Thomas right here. Picked up 3 later round picks for falling down 6 spots from 17 to get this selection. We'll see. The pick is in. Don't see Mr. Goodell yet. Yes, Allen, it's crazy. He's a white corner. Coming up after the Jaguars, we've got the Dallas Cowboys, who also could be looking wide receiver, and the Green Bay Packers, who have definitely been rumored to take Hubert DeJean. Jaguars want a corner. I think they have one right here. Uh, Cowboys coming up. Like I said, could go wide receiver. They have obviously CeeDee Lamb. Brandon Cooks is still in the building, but you know, getting older could be an ideal three. Cowboys were to go ahead and draft a wide receiver. Jerry Jones, of course, always likes to make a splash draft night. So, what does Mel think here? Who do you see? They're asking the same question we are right now. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised. Alan says Cooper's gonna have Cowboys are gonna have CD and mini CD, AD Mitchell. Maybe we'll see. There it is. The Jaguars jump on Brian Thomas, wide receiver out of LSU, put up big numbers with JD Daniels. Of course, Malik Neighbors was there as well. Thomas still put up, I think it was 17 or 18 touchdowns last season. Led all of college football with that touchdown total. Big receiver with speed, 6'3", 209. Had a great combine. This guy's a stud waiting to happen. He does have the prototypical size you want in a receiver. He, outside of the big three, was the top guy mentioned that could develop into an alpha. Love to see him go down to Jacksonville. Trevor Lawrence should be exciting there. Now the Jaguars are looking at Kirk, Brian Thomas, and Evan Ingram as the top targets for Trevor Lawrence. He's got to be happy. Definitely looking for a bounce back season this year. Lawrence down in Jacksonville. This is an exciting. Ooh. So now we have to see. Now we have to see where Xavier Worthy and AD Mitchell fall to see where we would place Brian Thomas if he stays ahead of the rest of the receivers or if he falls. I think Jacksonville's a nice solid landing spot for him. Should be in line for a decent amount of targets right out of the gate. And of course, any receiver landing in Buffalo is going to jump up the board, and that's probably what most of us waiting around for the end of this first round are looking forward to. Interesting to see if the Bills feel the need to jump ahead of anybody now or guy they want, or if they'll just stand pat. But right now, we have the Cowboys. They are there are 4 minutes left for their selection. Allen thinks they're gonna go Eddie Mitchell of Texas home. Let's see what the Cowboys and Jerry Jones have in store for us. I'd love to see Eddie Mitchell down there. Got plenty of Dak Prescott in my league, so I'd have absolutely no problem with them going wide receiver. But Dallas has never been afraid to go lineman. Of course, this first round's littered with good linemen as well. So wouldn't be shocked if they go that route as well, just to keep offensive line stellar. And we go to for the Cowboys. All right, out there, what do you think? Who are the Cowboys going with? I'm I'm just gonna go with Edie Mitchell. That's who I hope to see them take. Then we can see some fireworks. Maybe Buffalo feels like they got to trade up. So I want to see some action. What do you guys think out there? I'm going Edie Mitchell on this pick. Mm, don't see any leaks yet. All right. Well, here. Hmm, there we go. Hmm. All right. Yes. I want to see AD Mitchell go here. I guess I wouldn't mind Xavier Worthy, but that would be a little redundant with him and Brandon Cooks, I think. Uh, Adam stopping by. He thinks Mitchell or Xavier Legette. That would be juicy too. I love Xavier Legette. His skills. Xavier Legette is one. He was a senior, sure. And he didn't really produce until his last year at South Carolina. But if you know the backstory on the kid, you can understand why. Unfortunate family situations happen. And, so finally, though, his last season at South Carolina, he really blew up. Spencer Rattler throwing him the ball. Xavier Legette developed into a true alpha at South Carolina. Don't know if that'll translate to being a true alpha at the next level, especially not if he goes to the Cowboys with CD there, but he could be an awesome number 2 or 3 to start out his career. Allen seems like a reach for Legette. Yes, I would say so, but I think Legette is the type of player that there's going to be 5 or 6 teams out there that really like what they see in him, so they're going to go after him. If they like him. Wow. Big D on the clock, and their pick is in, and the Cowboys trade their pick to the hometown Detroit Lions. Oh boy, who are the Lions going to take with this trade up? They want to pump the crowd up here. They're they're at home. Now the Lions have done some wild things the last few years with their picks. Last year, of course, going Jahmyr Gibbs a little earlier than most thought at pick 12. Um, the year before that, when Jamison Williams, they have loaded up on talent elsewhere in the draft. Should be exciting to see who the Lions go ahead and grab here. Interesting. They just jumped the Packers, so maybe they're thinking corner. Well, Cooper DeJean was rumored to the Packers. Could that be the selection? We'll find out here. Short. What are the Lions gonna do here? They're gonna have Eminem come out here and announce the pick. Whatever it is, they sure pumped this crowd up by moving ahead of the Packers. That's for sure. My thought is they want a corner. Like I said, Cooper DeJean. I mean, he is the top guy on Mel Kiper's board. Heavily rumored to the Packers. Kind of would be surprised if it's something else now, really. Uh, yep, Adam. commenting had probably jumped for their corner. Yeah, I agree. It would make sense considering the Bears just loaded up within the division at wide receiver. Only way to combat top wide receivers with top cornerbacks, pass rushers. But again, Packers were heavily rumored to go corner, so I think that the Lions are going Cooper DeJean here now. That's my guess. They're showing Terry Arnold, an Alabama corner. He looks pretty happy in his shiny pink suit there. He is in the building looking at his phone. Adam wants a recap of the Penix pick. Well, I it was funny because they were just showing him in the room there, and he was with his family. He's not at the draft, but I was talking Penix up and his moxie and his confidence and the tweet he had sent out to the NFL earlier this week. I just whenever I watched him this season, I watched 3 games of his. He just slings it like nobody else. But the fact that he went to the Falcons, yeah, number 8, is I don't want to say mind-boggling because Cousins is on the older side, but I think they just signed him for his free agent deal was at least 3 or 4 seasons. Maybe there's an out on it after 1 or 2 seasons. I don't know, but or maybe they're just hedging their bets on his Achilles. I don't know, but I don't doubt that Penix could start actually from game day one, but I just it was really, really surprising, to be honest. So it's hard for me to say where exactly Penix goes now in our rookie drafts when we're talking dynasty. Um, I gotta put McCarthy ahead of him in Minnesota because I gotta figure McCarthy's gonna be starting over Sam Darnold, if not week 1 within the first month of the season, McCarthy will get in there. So I'd rather have McCarthy than Penix, even though I really like Penix. Um, it's just hard to place Penix in our draft, really. Love the talent, just having a hard time with the situation. And with the 24th pick, back to the Lions, they select Terrion Arnold from Alabama. They did go corner, but they left Cooper DeJean on the board for the Packers. Uh, so we'll see. We'll see if the Packers go ahead and select Cooper DeJean. First white corner since Jason. Yeah, JJ over Penix for sure. I think JJ, to be honest, with the landing spot in Minnesota and those that receiving core there in Minnesota, I combined with the fact that Roma Dunze goes to the Bears and a three-headed monster at receiver, how much of a target share he gets in relation to know neighbors going to the Giants and Marv down in Arizona. I definitely would have him as a third wide receiver of those. And I gotta say, in most situations, all things being equal, a regular 12 team, start 10 league, super flex. Probably, I would say McCarthy's going either fifth or sixth now, and just ahead of Rome there. I'd say Dunze is probably 7, and then Bowers is at 8. And Bowers himself went to a situation Las Vegas, where they have Michael Mayer already. The Raiders just went best player available. Uh, so and security for our Falcons stack. Yes, Adam McConer. he would be nice security there, yes, if we were able to land him. Um, so let's see. We're on the Packers now at pick 25, and they're saying that their pick is in as well. I gotta figure that the Packers are going corner. They traditionally like to have that revolving door corner where they seem to pick a corner like every other year in the first round. Um, Tend not to re-up their corners. They just keep going with the young guys and throwing them out there. Young, talented defensive backs. You never can in the NFL these days. You never can have enough talent at defensive back position with the amount of injuries that occur at this position. It's a tough position to stay healthy in. It's not just one or two teams where the defensive backs get hurt. It's all across the league. When you're trying to keep up with the level of talent at wide receiver, it's understandable why there's so many injuries at the position. One of the toughest positions to play in the league. You're sung a lot, and so I do see the Packers going with Cooper DeJean here, I think. All right. Still celebrating their cornerback selection in Detroit. Boy, we got the Packers and then the Bucks back to back here. Picks 25 and 26. Looking forward to it. Yes. I gotta say, I'm still happy to see that the Oregon Center has not been taken because that's who I was hoping that we would be able to grab at pick 26. Denver coming back against the Lakers for the 49th straight time. Thanks for the update there, Alan. Don't mind seeing the Lakers. That's for sure. Talking to the Bama corner, getting drafted, of course, to these hometown Lions. All right, let's get to it. Here's the Green Bay Packers. We'll get a round of boos here from the hometown Lions fans. Of course, feel they jumped the Packers to grab that corner from Bama, but I think the Packers still have a nice, so to speak, consolation prize if you want. I don't know that it necessarily is any worse grabbing Cooper Eugene there. No. Well, so let's do a recap. Um, we go down the dynasty draft boards. Uh, let's call it a regular cutter 12 team super flex premium start 10 league. I would have Caleb at 101 with the Bears, Marv at 102 with the Cardinals, and Neighbors at 103 went to the Giants. Then it gets then it gets a little sketchy with you. You've got Jaden Daniels, Drake May, and JJ McCarthy at picks 4, 5, and 6. If you want to go situation, you could almost see JJ McCarthy jumping both of them. Talent wise, Jaden Daniels is easily shoulders above me and McCarthy. So I gotta put Jaden Daniels at 4. Then it's arguable. I guess I would say, hmm. So He is in New England, who we don't know who he's throwing to. JJ McCarthy is in Minnesota, who we definitely know he's throwing to. So I'd put McCarthy up at 5, May at 6, then Rome at 7, and Bowers finally at 8. Rounds out my top 8. So for now, slide in Brian Thomas at 9, but we have yet to see Xavier Worthy and AD Mitchell's landing spots. Either of them lands in Buffalo, and you could argue them over Brian Thomas, in my opinion. And then, of course, we still have yet to see the running backs taken, which we don't expect to happen tonight. But if one of them lands in Dallas, then that's an ideal spot. They could end up jumping into the back end of round one. All right. We still have quarterbacks Michael Penix, who's now in Atlanta with Kirk Cousins there, and then you got Bo Nix in Denver. So Bo Nix in Denver, you could argue ahead of Brian Thomas as well, considering that his competition, Bo Nix, that is Jarrett Stidham and the newly acquired Zach Wilson. So I wouldn't, if you're in need of a quarterback, I wouldn't put it past you to take Bo Nix ahead of Ryan Thomas. There would be, I'd have no problem with that. Generally, I like to pick talent over need. Um, However, when it's that even of a situation, then the tiebreaker can be need. All right, we've got the Packers brass in their war room clapping. Let's see who they pick. And JJ versus May is going to be tough. I agree. I mean, May to me, May has more talent, but it's hard to argue with the situation JJ just fell into. I mean, obviously, if you have uh, any of those receivers, Jefferson, Addison, or Hawkinson on your team, go ahead and grab the stack with McCarthy. Uh, May right now, I mean, his top targets are Henry, Kendrick Bourne. Uh, I mean, it's ugly there in New England. But last year, who was CJ Stroud throwing it to when on draft night? Right? He had unproven Nico Collins and then newly acquired Tank Dell. I mean, and then Dalton Schultz. It didn't look all that promising, did it? But again, like I mentioned earlier in the stream, Cincinnati wasn't exactly a hot spot about 4 or 5 years ago when Burrow got drafted there. So things can change in the NFL pretty quickly. And we have no idea what the New England offensive scheme is going to look like. I mean, Gerard Mayo taking over for Bill Belichick in New England. This is going to be one of the hotly contested topics coming up over the next few months for sure. Who do you take, McCarthy or 'cause I still think Jaden Daniels is above both of them, but I mean, Daniels going to Washington, at least he's got McLaurin and Jahan Dotson there, so there's some talent, definitely more than what's in New England. So I'd be leaning Daniels over both of those guys, but when it comes to McCarthy and me, that is an interesting. Honest with you, if I had to bet on which one would bust, I'd have to lead May would be my bet on bust. Who do you think the Bucks will take? Who do you want them to? I want them to take the center out of Oregon. We want to protect protect Baker. We just re-upped him for 3 years, and, wanna protect that investment. I don't see us going wide receiver. I think we can trust, Trey Palmer at number 3. Um, you know, wouldn't be terrible if we grabbed one, but I think offensive line is definitely a need for us, and, so that's the route I see us going. Let's see, who do we take? 14 straight offensive players to start the draft. Insane, I gotta say. Couldn't have picked a better night to, do do a live stream here for you in Dynasty Land. Um, we didn't mention the Packers pick. I apologize. They went offensive tackle out of Arizona, Jordan Morgan. So, Packers decide to help protect their new stud quarterback and Jordan Love. Can't argue with it. This draft again is loaded with talent at tackle, and so the Packers nab a nice tackle to help protect Jordan Love. Now, I hope that my Buccaneers do the same for Baker Mayfield. Uh, I was looking at the center for Morgan, but if it's a different lineman, fine. Be a little surprised if we go elsewhere. All right, Goodell's heading to the podium. There's the Buccaneer faithful over in Detroit. Love to see it. Bucks, of course, surprised many last year, getting to the second round. You go Graham Barton. So we went center, but we went with the other guy. Okay, all good by me. I cannot complain about at all. Here's the Buccaneers war room. All happy to grab that center. Works for me. Protect that investment. All right, we'll move on now. We got the Arizona Cardinals coming up with their second pick of the 2024 NFL Draft. The Cardinals, of course, selected Marvin Harrison Jr. at number 4 overall to pair him up with Kyler Murray. Should be very exciting for all those Marv fans out there. Go ahead and keep him at the second pick, right behind Caleb Williams. Uh, now, what do the Cardinals do with their second pick? I know that a lot of people were saying they needed a corner, so I can see them definitely taking one here. A couple of good ones still left out there. Cardinals still probably need another wide receiver, seeing as Hollywood and Rondell Moore both left this offseason. And really, all they have is Michael Wilson, along with Trey McBride, and now the newly acquired Marvin Harrison Jr. They go 2 wide receivers in the first round. I don't know if I've heard of that before, but should anything really shock us out there? Who do the Arizona Cardinals go? Adam. So if 80 goes to Buffalo, where does he jump to? Okay, so 80 Mitchell goes to Buffalo. I'd say he jumps Brian Thomas. I prefer the landing spot. The 2 are so similar talented. I know Brian Thomas projects a little more as an alpha, but I don't know how much of that has to do with just the numbers that he put up, where 80 Mitchell didn't put up big numbers, yet possesses the talent. So, I think 80 Mitchell in Buffalo catching it from Josh Allen would be awesome for him. Um, the Okay, the pick is in for the Cardinals. They went edge rusher. They went with Robinson from Missouri. So obviously a need for the Cardinals need talent everywhere. I mean, that's why they were heavily projected to possibly trade back from pick 4. But they have done that the last couple of seasons. This year they decided to stay pat, the top 5 pick and grab Marvin Harrison. And they kept this pick as well. This is the pick they got from the Houston Texans last season for trading back. Um, and so the Cardinals grab a edge rusher, finishing off a nice first round for the Arizona Cardinals. Of course, with all these defensive players dropping, talent is falling for them. Can't argue with getting Marvin Harrison, their first pick. Now we have the Buffalo Bills. And the Bills are sitting on wide receiver room that had Stephon Diggs leave in the offseason. This is one of the biggest picks all of us have been waiting for all night out in Dynasty Land. And so, who do you guys think? Do they go 80 Mitchell or Xavier Worthy or somewhere else? Do they maybe grab Lad McConkey or another wide receiver, Xavier Legette, possibly? Who do you think Buffalo takes? Right. So for my answer, if it's 80 Mitchell, I would say yes, he goes to 109, 110. I think he goes slightly. I would just put him ahead of Brian Thomas. Yeah. I mean, the Bills right now, they lost Stephon Diggs. They did add Curtis Samuel, came to town along with his old offensive coordinator, Buffalo, uh, or the offensive coordinator who was in Buffalo to finish last season, also coached Curtis Samuel in Carolina. So that's kind of why they grabbed him. So really, Buffalo is looking at. They still have Dalton Kincaid, of course. Um, who's going to garner a lot of targets from Josh Allen. But you've got Chris Samuel and Khalil Shakir as the only right wide receivers in that room right now. Neither of them really profiles as a number one. They could be ideal number 2 and 3s though. So really want to stud. I see 80 Mitchell. Oh boy, and we've got a trade. The Bills and Chiefs swap picks. Oh my. And Dallas is in between them. This is just nuts. Dude. So do the Chiefs want a wide receiver here? They jumping Dallas for a reason? Maybe they want to get their guy so Buffalo can't have him. Oh wow. Match here. Interesting to see what the Chiefs had to give up to move this far. I mean, if I'm the Bills, I play that leverage game. See if I can find out what they had to give up. Bills trade pick 28, 133, and 248. Chiefs trade 32, 95, and 221. So the Bills were able to move up from the end of what would that be, 133? That would be end of the fourth. So the Bills moved up from the end of the fourth to the end of the third, and also from probably the seventh to the sixth. So Bills moved up from the end of the fourth to the end of the third to drop back 4 spots here. Real news. Obviously, the Bills are fine at wide receiver with whoever they get in a couple of picks, if they're even looking at wide receiver. All of us are projecting the Bills to take one here, but Bills traditionally have waited on receiver to the, you know, second, third, fourth round. Going back, they took Khalil Shakir a couple of years ago, and 3, 4 years ago, 4 years ago, I guess it would be, they got Gabe Davis in the fourth round. So the Bills have been pretty solid, pretty decent at picking receivers later on. Maybe they have their eyes on a receiver later, going a different position right now. We all like to prognosticate based off need, but teams, their own scouting departments know better for their own fit usually than we do. So, and then of course, you get Michael Penix going to the Falcons. I mean, it's hard to predict this as much as we like to. You never really do know what's going to happen, do you? And the Chiefs pick is in. Do the Chiefs hedge their bets on Hugh Rice and go wide receiver? They brought in Hollywood Brown, who's already speed demon, the deep threat to replace MVS. Hopefully, he has better hands in Kansas City for them. But if they are expecting Rashee Rice to miss a lot of time this season, they need somebody to go over the middle, the screen passes. Rashee Rice, I was amazed by the few amount of uh, passes, targets that he had over 20 yards last year. It was like less than 10 targets that Rashee Rice had over 20 yards last season. Caught so many screen passes, and the end of the season, he turned it on. The last 5 or 6 weeks of the season, he was one of the top receivers in the league. Without that presence or looming presence, it definitely makes sense for them to go wide receiver. I mean, you never can have enough talent there. The Chiefs always are rotating guys in and out. Xavier Worthy does seem like the obvious pick. Evo, you mentioned that here. Seems like a good fit. Really, any wide receiver makes sense why they moved up to select him. I wonder if I saw a couple of guys there in Chiefs uniforms. We had Mahomes and Mahado. That would be interesting. Looks like they don't have a surprise appearance from Taylor Swift. So I'm sure that let down all the young fans staying up late tonight for that. And so they have a good family moment here for announcing the Chiefs pick. They've got a young man whose father helped with a kidney transplant. These are the good stories that you get out of the NFL. And so they have the young man announcing this pick for the Chiefs. See what wide receiver they go. And so Chiefs decide to go with Xavier Worthy. Oh my goodness. Cheetah 2.0. That's right, Steve. You called it. And that, my friends, that will make Xavier Worthy jump the boards. Whether or not it's deserved, we'll see, but this is huge for us. I say Xavier Worthy probably jumps Brian Thomas now in most people's drafts. Whether he's actually more talented than Brian Thomas, I don't think so, but the speed is obvious. I mean, he broke the 40-yard dash record at the combine. It's obvious when you watch him on the field. Andy Reid loves speed. It's such a good fit here, and hard to see him not hard to see him not succeed. But with all the weapons in Kansas City, if Rashid Rice comes back fine and only misses 1 or 2 games, how much is Xavier Worthy going to truly produce? Should be interesting. I think this will be another interesting topic that we'll discuss over the next few months, whether want to go Xavier Worthy or Brian Thomas as the next wide receiver after the big three. We still have Buffalo pick yet, and we still could get AD Mitchell going there. That would make things even more wild. I mean, honestly, myself, I would if AD Mitchell goes to Buffalo with the last pick in this first round, I think I would take him. All right, Steve-O, thanks for joining tonight. Get a good night's sleep. See you bright and early tomorrow morning. We've got just 4 more picks to go. Thanks for chiming in, Steve. Have a good night. Um, we got the Dallas Cowboys now who traded back, and we're patiently awaiting. It says the pick is in, and I don't know. I would love to see a wide receiver here, but who knows? Cowboys, Jerry Jones, they do love their offensive line, so we'll see if they go that route. Either way, the pick is in, and we'll await the announcement here shortly. There's Mr. Goodell to the podium. Man, they go Tyler Guyton, offensive tackle out of Oklahoma. As expected, they grab a solid offensive lineman. He gets to go down and be a Dallas Cowboy. One of his family members in a Niners outfit there. Probably not as happy as he would have liked to be, but sure, Mr. Guyton there will get him some Cowboys attire pretty quick. Got another family member there already with a Cowboys hat. So being from Oklahoma wouldn't surprise me that he's already a Cowboys fan to begin with. All right. Next up, we have the Baltimore Ravens at pick number 30. Do the Ravens decide to go with a wide receiver? There's any number of wide receivers who could still go here in the first round. We've got Mitchell, and then there's Troy Franklin, Keon Coleman, Lad McConkey. Says the pick is in, so I don't know. I don't see the Ravens going wide receiver, but it's possible. They did just re-up Rashad Bateman, giving him an extension. Bateman, of course, has disappointed us in fantasy land, but doesn't mean that the Uh, doesn't mean that the Ravens are completely disappointed. He has had a lot of injuries. He's used to the system, so I can understand it. They're not playing fantasy football. They're trying to get wins. So the Ravens go with their pick. I'm not sure exactly right off, but I'm gonna find out here shortly. Uh, ooh, if I had to guess a receiver that they'd take, I mean, OBJ, I believe, is gone. So they're sitting on Zay Flowers, and of course, they still have Mark Andrews at tight end. Uh, Todd Bateman is still there, of course. So wouldn't be surprised if they go wide receiver. Ravens, of course, made a big splash this offseason, bringing King Henry into the mix. J.K. Dobbins is gone. Gus Edwards is gone. So they have a new backfield to go along with the rushing ability of Lamar Jackson. So it's always an exciting offense in Baltimore. Um, but with Todd Monk in there, they want to sling the rock around probably even more so this year. As Lamar gets older, we'll probably see his pass attempts go up, his rushing attempts go down. So I not be shocked if they do go wide receiver. Cooper DeJean and Nate Wiggins are the top two guys on Mel's big board. Not sure what their cornerback situation looks like. Uh, Mel's got Xavier Legette as the top wide receiver left, then Keon Coleman. So he doesn't have A.D. Mitchell as the top wide receiver on his board, but that doesn't mean that's how the rest of the league actually looks at. Here we go. Mr. Goodell heading out to the podium for the Baltimore Ravens. And 3 picks left. They're showing Nate Wiggins from Clemson. Oh, he's looking pretty relieved. Yes, that is the Ravens select. Nate Wiggins, corner out of Clemson. All right, we're moving on then to the 49ers. Of course, are sitting on their situation with Brandon Ayuk, heavily rumored to get traded. We haven't seen that happen yet. So I don't see the Niners selecting wide receiver here. Looks like Ayuk will stay in San Francisco. We also had Higgins who could possibly get traded earlier, uh, but the Bengals did not make that happen. So both stayed in town, unless we see a quick maneuver here. There's only 4.5 minutes left for the Niners. They're still on the clock. Will John Lynch make a move here or decide to go elsewhere? Could possibly see somebody jump into the end of this first round to grab Spencer Rattler so you have an extra year with him. Again, 6 quarterbacks. That's right. 6 quarterbacks went in the top 12 picks of this draft. completely unprecedented. 14 straight offensive players to start the draft. Those bottom teams in the league know that they need offense in this game today to compete and to move up into being a playoff team. So we're shy about grabbing those offensive players. We're down to just over 3 minutes for the Niners here to make their selection. Get down to it. We've got the Niners left here at 31 and then the Bills at 32. Then we'll head into Friday with the Carolina Panthers getting their first selection at the top of the second round tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll be looking at rounds 2 and 3. We'll get things kicked off here in the Birdhouse at I don't know, 5 p.m. Central Time. The draft will start at 6 p.m. Central Time. They'll be running through rounds 2 and 3, and we'll give you more analysis on the first round tomorrow as well. But tomorrow we'll finally see some running backs off the board, and we'll see the majority of those wide receivers that we were trying to rank for the draft, where they land. Landing spots super important for those receivers, in my opinion, as far as target availability. Just always an important stat to consider when you're looking at wide receivers and who you should be picking in your rookie drafts. So got them coming up. That coming up tomorrow. Uh, but back to these last two picks, I don't see San Francisco taking a skill player here, but wouldn't put it necessarily past them. Ayuk does not have an extension, so he's now currently only signed for one more year right now with the Niners. So, you know, Debo Samuel, uh, not getting up there too old. He's not too old, but if they want to make sure they've got a replacement for Ayuk, they could grab a receiver, I guess. I just don't see the Niners doing it. Bill sitting at 32, we could still see one more wide receiver go in the first round tonight. So the pick is in for the Niners. Comes through the commercial. So the anticipation is here. At the end of this first round, it's been a fun time with you all. Thanks for staying in the Birdhouse Dynasty Show tonight. Brought to you by Choice Sports Cards, number one choice in buying and selling sports cards. Kyle and the guys over there and whatnot doing a great job. Hard tonight during the draft. Sure, they're having a lot of fun as well. Now we'll finally get to the 49ers selection here shortly. The Niners, of course, coming off a Super Bowl appearance, looking to finally get over the hump. And then a couple of Super Bowls in the last 5, 6 seasons, and haven't quite made it back to the promised land. So they have actually, see, thinking about it, they have lost the last 3 Super Bowls they've been in. They lost to the Ravens back in the early 2010s, then have now lost to Kansas City Chiefs twice in the last 5 years. Holmes beating them both times. All right. Here is the Niners pick. The Niners faithful are showing there in Detroit, anxiously awaiting their team selection. Could be anything here, honestly. Niners are so loaded across the board with talent. They do like to go D-line in the first round, we know that for sure, but is that their route? No, they go Ricky Pearsall, wide receiver out of Florida. Woo! Wow, that jumps him up the boards, I would say, him getting up into the first round. Now, whether or not he's going to have to fight off Brandon Ayuk for targets, we shall see, but Ricky Pearsall, definitely a great natural talent. He had what was probably the catch of the year last season in college football. Uh, 6'1", 200 pounds, speed demon. He can play inside and out. Very versatile guy. Definitely what Kyle Shanahan likes to see out of his wide receivers is the versatility. I think he will fit in well with the Niners, whether or not Ayuk is there. Just the one main question is how much volume will he actually get there? They show the catch of the season last year, the one-hander he had, John Lynch laughing it up in the war room. Interesting selection for sure, but not completely shocked that Ricky Pearsall ended up going in the first round. Now, Buffalo trades with Carolina, so the Panthers do get a first round pick this year. And let's see who the Panthers jumped up into the first round to grab. I know that Xavier Legette was rumored to be near the top of the Panthers draft board. Allen's turning in Rattler. I don't know that they're going Rattler with Bryce Young there. We'll see. It's possible. I would lean towards Xavier Legette being the pick now as they moved up. They want that extra year. Let's see. Buffalo is obviously happy just back one pick. If they are leaning wide receiver, there's plenty of wide receivers out there. So uh, maybe they, if AD Mitchell is the guy, I'd be happy with either AD Mitchell or Xavier Legette to either of these squads. I'd lean AD Mitchell talent wise. He's a little smoother. Xavier Legette does have that alpha in him, even though he just had one big year of production at South Carolina. So should be interesting to see. And the pick is in, the final pick of this first round of the 2024 NFL draft. Alan chiming in, Buffalo probably likes two different wide receivers equally. Yeah, that's gotta be the thought process here for the Bills. Allen thinks A.D. Mitchell or Troy Franklin. Yeah, I could see either of them fitting in nicely in Buffalo, catching bombs from Josh Allen. So the Bills moved up from the sixth round to the round. Uh, So the Bills did a nice job here of moving back from pick 28 to 33. They moved back twice and it moved up um, from the fourth round to the third round. Chiefs also moved up from the seventh to the sixth round with the Chiefs there. And then now they move up from the sixth to the fifth round. So just helped out their draft capital later in this year's draft by moving back 5 spots and getting the top pick tomorrow. So people get to speculate on who their top pick will be. Speculation will only grow depending on who the Panthers take here. I'm guessing it's Xavier Legette, but we'll find out here any second who it actually is. I definitely see Buffalo going wide receiver. New England coming up at pick 34. Buffalo staying ahead of them. New England definitely looking wide receiver as well. Um, New England's wide receiver room a little long in the tooth. I think the Patriots gotta add some weapons for their newly acquired Drake May at quarterback with pick number 3 overall. Who are the Carolina Panthers taking first? I can see a nice run on wide receivers with this little cluster of picks here. Um, Pearsall going 31 to the Niners, Panthers taking a receiver, Bills and Patriots starting off tomorrow with wide receivers. This should get exciting right now here tonight and then into tomorrow. The speculation will only grow with the wide receivers. So Dallas stand and with the final pick in the 2024 first round of the NFL draft, the Carolina Panthers decide to go with Xavier Legette. Yes, it is. He gets to stay home in Carolina for the hometown Panthers. Great story from Xavier Legette. Parents passed away during high school and then one in his, I believe, sophomore year of college. He's got a very tight family that surrounded him with love, and there's his family surrounding him. He's all smiles, getting to stay home in Carolina, help Bryce Young out. So now Bryce Young gets Deontay Johnson this offseason in a trade from the Steelers and they add the 6'1", 221 pound Xavier Legette to the fold to help that wide receiver room in Carolina out. Right. Well, tomorrow we're going to start the draft off with the Buffalo Bills and then New England Patriots. I want to thank you again for all joining me tonight in the Birdhouse, brought to you by Choice Sports Cards, the number one choice in sports cards for your buying and selling needs. Thank you again. Wish you all well in your rookie drafts coming up. Alan, thanks for joining. You have a good night.